esteemed AK Party Deputy Head and esteemed Deputy Minister of Youth and Sport, I would like to welcome you all to the 12th Islam and Economic Symposium, which is held with the support of Istanbul Economists Association and Center for Islamic Economics and Finance. In our program, we have the opening speeches in the first session. Now I would like to invite the head of Istanbul Economist Association, Mr. Mustafa Bolat. The floor is yours. Esteemed Vice Minister and esteemed speakers, esteemed directors, and very valuable representatives of the institutions, very valuable students and graduates of our university. On behalf of Istanbul Economist Association General Directorate, I'd like to salute you all. Right now we are gathered together in the 12th International Islam and Economy Symposium. We will be talking about interest-free Islam. And today we are going to be commemorating Sabri Orman, whom we lost this year, and I'd like to offer my condolences. Let's pray for their souls. ISİFAM is our symposium partner, and I'd like to extend my gratitude to them. In 2008, March 8, our association was founded by the graduates of Istanbul University Faculty of Economics, and we are celebrating our 14th year, and we have the same excitement that we had in the first year. We are going to be rethinking Islam in its 2020, and today we are also be talking about economic model. So in this respect, 5 very valuable professors will deliver us their speeches about sustainable and just economic model. We have come to that reconciliation together. And also, on December 7, 2019, we had a workshop. It was a face-to-face physical workshop for us in Istanbul University Rectorship Building. Istanbul and Islam Finance History, non-interest-based economics, risk management, interest-free savings, Turkish economy, economic development, and for fair Turkey, stratification of the social development steps. This was the theme of the previous year's workshops, and today we are going to be talking about risk sharing on the interest-free economics, and we are having our sessions virtually in the online platform. As İKTER, as Istanbul Economist Association, we know that due to COVID pandemic, all the humanity and all the world are suffering from material and spiritual losses, and we are trying to do our best to compensate what they have lost. Humanity is expecting the just and fair economic models, and we believe that from this geography, that model can be shaped. Our students, who are the very loyal followers of our association, are very much willing to work for Islamic economics, and we hope that our association and our workshop will be very fruitful and auspicious for our students. And we always support our students to continue their education for further stages. God willing, we will help them. And I would like to thank Istanbul University Rectorship for helping us from the very beginning of this journey, and also our professors and
Ebu Bekir Molla Ahmetoğlu hocalarımıza, Abdullah Durmuş ve Necmettin Kızılkaya hocalarımıza, siz değerli katılımcılara, öğrenci kardeşlerimize, hafta sonu programını bizlere ayıran kıymetli Genel Başkan Vekilimiz Numan Kurtulmuş hocamıza, Gençlik ve Spor Bakan Yardımcımız Halis Yunus Ersöz Beyefendiye ve değerli katılımcılara teşekkür ediyoruz. İnşallah bundan sonraki sempozyumlarımızın COVID-19 salgınından kurtulduğumuz ve yüz yüze gerçekleştirdiğimiz daha sıcak ortamlarda gerçekleşmesini diliyorum. Cenab-ı Allah yar ve yardımcımız olsun. Allah'a emanet olunuz.
Larından ötürü Sayın Mustafa Bolat'a teşekkür ederiz. Şimdi de selamlama konuşmalarını yapmak üzere Sempozyum Düzenleme Kurulu Başkanı Sayın Doçent Doktor Abdullah Durmuş'a sözü bırakıyoruz. Buyurun hocam.
Sayın Yardımcımız, muhterem AK Parti Genel Başkan Yardımcısı Profesör Doktor Numan Kurtulmuş, saygıdeğer Rektörüm Profesör Doktor Mahmut Ak ve çok değerli katılımcılarımız, izleyicilerimiz. Öncelikle Türkiye'nin ve dünyanın farklı yerlerinden sempozyumumuza katılan ve izleyen herkesi hürmet ve muhabbetle selamlıyorum. İslam iktisadı ve finansı alanının gelişmesi için en zor zamanlarda büyük emekler veren hocaların hocası Sabahattin Zaim hocamızı rahmetle, şükranla anıyorum. İlklerin merhum Sabahattin Zaim hocamız anısına tertip ettiği 12. Uluslararası İslam ve Ekonomi Sempozyumu vesilesiyle huzurlarınızda bulunmaktan da onur duyuyorum. Artık gelenekselleşmiş bulunan bu sempozyum dizisinin pandemi şartlarında bile olsa sekteye uğramadan devam etmesi için bu yılki sempozyumumuzu bütünüyle online olarak icra ediyoruz. Bu seneki ana temamızı faizsiz finansta risk paylaşımına dayalı finansal araçlar olarak belirledik. Zira
economy and also risk sharing in the interest-free economics, because Islamic economy takes the risk sharing as the basis, and I believe that it is going to contribute to the world and Turkish economy. Late Sabahattin Zaim worked on mudarebe and mushareke. It is about the sharing of loss and profit, and he always emphasized the importance of mudarebe and mushareke. In today's symposium, we are going to have 4 different sessions. On the first one, we will be talking about the important activities of the late Sabri Orman and his contributions on Islamic economy. And in the second session, we will be discussing the establishment of the interest-free finance, and we will also discuss the Islamic economy literacy. We will be listening to very great presentations from our speakers. Without further ado, I would like to thank all our speakers for their support, especially Professor Dr. Mahmut Ak, Istanbul University Rector, and also I would like to extend my gratitude to Professor Dr. Numan Kurtulmuş and Professor Dr. Halis Yunus Ersöz for endorsing and supporting us, and also İKTER management and their members. I'd like to thank them very much, and our very esteemed speakers. I'd like to thank you so much in advance for providing your very valuable opinions, and Necmettin Kızılkaya as well, Ebu Bekir Molla Ahmetoğlu and Muhammed Erkan Kocakaya. my brothers and all the people who are listening to us from different places. I'd like to thank you very much. I hope our symposium will be very fruitful and auspicious. This is my wish from Holy, Mighty God. Thank you very much. Abdullah Durmuş, we would like to thank you so much for your speech. And here we are proceeding with the next speech on the opening session. I want to give the floor to Necmettin Kızılkaya, the head of the Center for Islamic Economics and Finance. The floor is yours, sir. Right now the microphone of the speaker is not on, that's why we cannot hear him.
Sayın AK Parti Genel Başkan Vekilim,
Esteemed
Bakan Yardımcım, Sayın Rektörüm,
Vice Deputy Chairman of AK Party and esteemed Vice Minister of Youth and Sports, esteemed Rector and very valuable guests, I'd like to say good morning to you all and praise to be God. We are gathered together in this important symposium. Islamic economics is different from traditional banks because on the Islam, interest is prohibited. For that reason, finance institutions are actually our partners. So intermediary institutions are partners and the ones that are demanding the funds and accepting the funds are accepted as the partners. So here, from the very broad perspective, you can understand both risk and loss and the profits are shared among these partners. And from the social justice perspective, we can understand that everything is shared together and effort and capital is invested together. These are the rules of the Islamic economics and finance. And also, gharar is prohibited in every agreement and contract. So everything must be certain, and products or services or goods that are not applicable to these important rules are prohibited. For that reason, Islamic finance is based on assets and it decreases the systematic risks and it also plays an important role between Islamic and real industries, economies. Islamic finance is based on assets, as I mentioned, and interest and ambiguity and also uncertainty and gambling. These are prohibited, and Islamic finance actually supports the sharing of the risk, profit and loss. Islamic institutions have provided certain instruments in order to get rid of the speculation and uncertainty. Yes, sector should be away from high risky activities and it makes the sector itself safe against some fluctuations. And when you look at the crisis period, Islamic banks' performances are better compared to other banks. And there are some modelings, of course, and risk factors in the Islamic system and financial instruments. So in our country, we have made many research, but we still need further research and works and studies. And this symposium actually is aiming at filling that gap. We will be discussing financial instruments that are free, that are interest-free, and we will try to come up with better solutions for our country and our world. I would like to thank the organizing committee and also Istanbul Economic and Economists Association. I want to thank everyone who has taken part in the organization of the symposium. and the head of the sessions and the moderators and also all the speakers. I'm very much grateful to your participation. I hope this symposium will provide very auspicious results. Thank you very much for being with us. Necmettin Kızılkaya, thank you very much. Istanbul University Rector, Professor Dr. Mahmut Ak, will now take the floor. The floor is yours, sir. Thank you so much. Esteemed AK Party Vice Chairman, esteemed Vice Minister, and esteemed members of Istanbul University, and very valuable guests. We are gathered together in the 12th International Islam and Economics Symposium that is held on the name of Professor Dr. Sabahattin Zaim, and I want to thank everyone for organizing this event. I'm very honored and happy to be with you. Welcome. Poverty and inequality and injustice in the income distribution, inflation, and unemployment are the most problematic issues all around the world. Today, we are talking about the very serious problems that are confronted by the world, and development instruments and also income leverage instruments are the focal points of all these discussions. In addition to these social discussions, we are right now facing with an extraordinary problem which is affecting whole humanity. In the last year, COVID-19 pandemic has affected all the countries in the world, and there have been many shocks on the demand and supply side, and there are many disruptions on the supply chain, and also economic stability has been disrupted, and there has been many shrinkage. Because of many reasons, real sector and financial industries have been exposed to many losses and problems. Because of the negative effects of this pandemic, recovery opportunities after 2008 crisis were lost, and this pandemic has added more problems on top of the unemployment and poverty and inequalities in all aspects. In addition to the risks of this pandemic, geopolitical risks are also on the rising trend, and technology and digitalization have also brought new risks, and they are playing the utmost important role in our lives. For that reason, risk management is very crucial with its micro and micro aspects. Right now, it is getting more and more crucial in every corner of our lives. So we have to be prepared against extraordinary situations, and during the crisis period, we have to make the correct analysis. We have to come to that understanding. Istanbul Economics Association will deliver this scientific symposium under the title of Interest-Free Finance, and we are going to be talking about sustainable and just finance system which takes the values and the traditions of Islam, and at the very end we are going to be taking our religion's philosophy as the most important perspective for the future. So in this respect, I want to thank all the people providing their participation in this organization, and I want to thank every professor here, and also I want to commemorate many late professors, especially Sabahattin Zaim and other important names. I want to commemorate their souls and offer my condolences. So once again, with such sentiments, I'd like to thank everyone who has contributed in the organization of this event, and even though it is an online session, I'm very happy to be with you, and I'm very much faithful that we're going to get over these problems. Thank you very much.
Now, we would like to thank to Professor Dr. Mahmut Ak. Our plenary speeches continue. Now, I would like to give the floor to Vice Minister of Youth and Sports, Professor Dr. Halis Yunus Ersöz. Thank you very much. Distinguished Vice Chairman of AK Party, distinguished Director of Istanbul University, distinguished professors, distinguished managers, and the academicians, and valuable participants, good morning to you all. And I would like to salute you all with respect and love. And I hope that this symposium is going to be beneficial for all the shareholders, and I hope that this is going to be a source of information for all the interested. We are organizing 12th International Islam and Economy Symposium, and this is all about establishment of Islamic Finance Center at the universities, and I strongly believe that we will achieve that. In 2007 and in 2008, the first steps were taken in order to develop Islamic finance. And with today's meeting, I'm sure that there will be very beneficial speeches by the valuable speakers. And in this very period with pandemic, in which people are forced to go inside, I hope that we will have an opportunity to share our perspectives on Islamic finance. This field is developing very fast, but it has to be supported. For this reason, we need support. Before proceeding with my words, I would like to take this opportunity to thank to the founders of this association, and also I would like to remember Professor Dr. Sabahattin Zaim, and we will also remember him on 9th of December. Professor Dr. Sabri Orman, I would like to remember him again. Till last minute of the professor, he worked so hard to support Islamic finance and economy, and they tried to convey all of his accumulations on this field to the youngsters, and may he be at peace. And he participated in all the symposiums and the meetings about Islamic finance. In the process of COVID-19, as you all know, global economic crisis made us question the traditional financial systems. We need alternatives to that. In the existing system, capital owners become rich and the others become poorer. And more than 50% of the capitals belong to 1% of the population. The reason for that is the financial system, which is based on the loan. Capital is gathered on certain hands, and Islamic opportunities shrink, and new structures are needed. An existing global financial structure is not just. Since 1990s, global financial system has experienced many crises, and of course Turkey has had its share, and along with the pandemic, already continuing crisis has deteriorated. The problems occurring in the financial system is affecting all other systems, and economic growth is slowing down, unemployment becomes worse, and all the other systems are being affected by the crisis in the financial system. There are many issues in the current financial system, and the problem in the system is the system itself. Therefore, the values brought by the Islamic finance system is not only for the Muslim society, because it's a just system. It's not only for the Muslim society, it is for the humanity. I hope that the symposium is going to give such messages to all human beings. It can be benefited by all the people, and financial constitutions should support it so that there reigns a good financial system for everyone. When we talk about financial deficit in the current financial system, Islamic banks can take a pioneer role, and Raba, Müşareke, Kars and Sukuk and pension funds, such products should be expanded to the base, and along with, when we compare the conventional banking systems and the financial constitutions, we can say that there is a long way to go. The instruments that I just mentioned, especially about in risk sharing, interest-free financial products should be diversified, should be made more attractive. Of course, in order to develop Islam economy and Islamic finance, we do have our responsibilities on our shoulders. The universities should take further steps in that regard. Islamic research centers are started to be established, and many researches are conducted. But in order to gain impetus in that regard, we need to work harder. Distinguished participants, as you all know, this unfair system should be eliminated, and in order to do so, we need to be working so hard, and we need to take necessary precautions in order to do so. Thanks God, recent figures are giving us hope. The support given to the alternative institutions is increasing. The asset size of the participatory banks has increased by 37.5%, and in funding, participatory banks grew by 57%, and these figures give us hope, and of course it's far from being enough. When the interest rates increase, the citizens continue looking for alternative methods, not only participatory banks, but also alternative financing institutions are becoming more important. those financial institutions, Islamic financial institutions, are playing important roles, and saving trend is increasing. Distinguished guests, as the financing cost of the banks increase, the demand for financial institutions increase. On the other hand, saving finance system is growing very fast, and for this reason, this sector should be regulated, and there should be a legal base for that, and as a result, the trust in the financial instruments, Islamic financial instruments, will increase, and of course, they need to be unique to the Islamic financial approach. I hope that legal regulations and legal adjustments will be completed, and existing efforts will be supported. There are around 30 saving financial institutions. They should have a legal framework, especially risk-sharing instruments should increase as a result. Altogether, risk-sharing financial instruments should be developed, and we need to support its development altogether. Along with the discussions that will take place during the symposium, I believe that they will all contribute to the existing system, and I hope that this symposium is going to be beneficial for everyone, and I would like to thank to all the participants, Istanbul University Rectorship, and this symposium is going to have good results for everyone, and my deep respects to you all. May God protect you. Ama bu ne ya? Thank you very much, Halis Yunus Ersöz, for your speech. Now, I would like to give the floor to Vice Chairman of AK Party, Professor Dr. Numan Kurtulmuş. Thank you very much, distinguished friends, distinguished participants. My deep respect to you all, and I hope that this symposium is going to be beneficial for all the participants, and I hope that the discussions that will take place during this symposium are going to support and make them gain impetus in the Islamic finance, and I would like to thank everyone who contributed to its realization. And because of the pandemic, you know, this symposium this year is being organized online, and it gave us the opportunity to think, and I hope that the results are going to be beneficial for all the parties. As you know, interest-free finance, Islamic finance, these matters in Turkey are being handled for the first time. The pioneer, Professor Dr. Sabahattin Zaim, and also Sabri Orman, that we lost this year, and Arif Ersoy, I would like to remember them. And they opened the path. They were pioneers, especially Professor Dr. Sabahattin Zaim. He worked so hard, and many people followed him, and the practical approach was created, and they put good efforts in that regard, and it is sadaqah jariyah for the remaining people, and I hope that it's going to be beneficial for the people. As you all know, because of the pandemic, there are many problems, there are many challenges. Global system has been blocked, and they're in difficult situation to come up with solutions for general challenges. As you all know, WHO, United Nations, EU, UNHCR, many institutions failed. And along with this global pandemic, they failed. And not only because of pandemic, but also during the last decades, this matter has been discussed, and this trend of the world is far from being just and fair. The independence of the nations, and also many people in many locations are far from benefiting from the good parts of the life. This pandemic made this global problem more visible. In the upcoming process, I know that all the people are focusing on this matter, and at the global scale, a new economic and financial architecture is going to be intensified on the Islamic finance, and the new functions of the institutions are going to be reshaped. And all the humanity is going to find a common path to discuss all these matters. Otherwise, the humanity who failed against such a pandemic is not going to deal with the other challenges. Not only coming up with a solution for the system, but also establishment of the system and the paradigms establishing those systems. The biggest reason of the collapse of the current system is that the modern values paradigms collapsed, and we have been discussing it for so long, and alternative ways are going to be looked for. For this reason, in the economy field, current economic system, capitalist system, and their values, they have become dysfunctional. It's not for the benefit of the humanity, and we need to work on that. And today's subject is alternative ways for capital. I would like to say a couple of words about that. As you all know, production and consumption, the main instrument is the capital, but in the existing capitalist system, the role of the capital is that the capital is speculative, and capitalist system is taking its real power from that. If the capital is not speculative, that capital isn't meaningful within the capitalist system. The main function, earning money out of money and stealing the added value produced by the rest of the world, as you can all imagine, many problems remain, and the difference between the regions. The biggest issue is the indebtedness. Those who hold the money and who use that money on the basis of speculations, all people have the issue of indebtedness. Credit card debts, retail loans, they do have their personal debts, and also companies do have debts, and finally countries do have debts, and indebtedness is the biggest issue of today's system. Not only people, but also companies and also governments and countries have become toys of this capitalist system. There's a heavy indebtedness issue, and we need to tackle this problem first in order to solve humanity's other problems. In terms of monetary relations and evaluating the money as an instrument, a new system, a new approach, is it possible? And this is the core question of this symposium and these efforts. Therefore, we are going to be focusing on that, not only for the Muslim geography, but also for the humanity. We need to work on finding an alternative system, and we need to eliminate the fact that the capital is being used as a speculative pressure instrument. This is not our responsibility for only Muslim countries, but also for the rest of the humanity. Therefore, I believe that, and I hope that this is going to make people's lives easier. And within the framework of risk capital, our financial instruments development is of great importance, and we need to focus on that. Of course, the real issue is to have interest-free global architecture. How we can totally eliminate the interest, we need to focus on that system. In terms of developing the instruments, I would like to underline a fact. Coming up with different instruments doesn't mean anything alone. Although you come up with different instruments, or you name them differently, if you can't get out of this main perspective, I mean, if you can't get out of the framework of the money being used as a speculative instrument, then you make contribution to the current system. Therefore, while developing these instruments, what we need to do is that we need to determine the functions of the instruments. Why do we develop such instruments? What is the purpose? And what is the main reason of looking for alternative financial instruments? And there are three important subjects in that regard. In order to develop alternatives into risk capital, the first one is the comprehension. People might not be willing to be inside different financial systems because of their interest, let's say, because of their beliefs. And we need to be covering all different types of the society. We are not only coming up with an instrument. Here, our main purpose is to cover all parts of the society. This is the first part. And second of all, sharing the concept of risk capital, for example. And instruments that are going to develop equity, we need to be focusing on sharing perception. We need to accept that interest-free instruments that we have, they are not sharing the risk. They're at the level of the interest rates of the market, almost. Therefore, any instrument that doesn't have a core purpose of sharing cannot serve for our purpose. And it supports actually the current financial system. Therefore, this matter is of great importance and we need to be focusing on that.
And we can try to find different alternatives like crowd financing. So in a project, many people take the risks and they try to be partners. And in the Western countries, there are many other works carried out in this respect. So participation must be one of the new instruments for economy, and also just access to the economy must be one of the most important instruments in the future. Yes, there is money in the world, there's cash in the world, but $12 trillion because of the pandemic were issued to the market by the central banks of the countries. We know it. So in this respect, access to finance must be just and fair. So people who have the money, or countries have the money and power, can get benefits from it. But especially for countries like us, for developing countries, our economy's 65% is represented by SMEs. SMEs are the engines of our country, and developing countries, they must be strengthened, they must be boosted. So as the capital and as the principal and the venture capital, they must have an access to this finance in the just manner, and alternative currencies will be developed in the future. I'd like to reiterate it. And digitalization and high-tech usage will be widespread, and it is going to open new ways for SMEs. So in this respect, SMEs competitive strength must be established and strengthened, and mechanisms must be formed for them. This is very important. So 3 main functions: inclusiveness, and sharing, and also access to finance. In this respect, alternative instruments must be created, and they must be spread on a wider areas. So it is not going to fill certain gaps. A new structure should be embraced with interest-free finance structure, and those 3 main factors must be used in order to establish interest-free finance. They are very crucial, they are vitally important. I don't want to take much of your time because the topic is very important. We all know this issue's importance. Without further ado, I just wanted to emphasize these main titles, and I know that upcoming period is going to be very harsh for us, but it will also provide very big opportunities to talk about alternative instruments on the finance. If I am to speak about Turkey in specific, because of the pandemic, Turkey has tried to do its best, of course, but yes, we have gone through some challenges, but Turkey is a strong country with the new steps that we are going to take in the future, and we are going to have reforms on the legal areas and on the economic aspects. Turkey will be even stronger and more powerful, and the region is going to be reshaped, and the world order is reshaped, as you all know. All the finance and the health and everything in the world is changing, and God willing, we are going to do our best, and Turkey plays her role in the best way possible. And this positive momentum will be kept, and it is going to be moved further. And to tell the truth, Turkey has a very great growth opportunity, and this growth that cannot be prevented at all will continue. Yes, we know that there will be many challenges against us, but we are very determined and decisive. We will safeguard our national interests, and we will also develop our opportunities and capacity. Just to give you an example, in the framework of the developments on the Eastern Mediterranean, France, Greece, Russia, and also it is like the second SEV agreement map. There are certain maps written and drawn in that respect, but these are null and void for us. And Oruç Reis ship, as you all know, is a drill ship, and we carry out some research activities. There are helicopters and there are some other aircrafts around it, and that picture is actually the real proof of our big development. And we have some memorandum of understanding on Libya and some other countries. So a specific region is created in Mediterranean, and blue homeland is emphasized, and it cannot be rejected at all. And we have many oil drilling activities on the Black Sea region, and we will do our best. And when you look at the southern border of Turkey, on the northern part of Syria and Iraq, because of terrorist organization, Turkey has been facing with many attacks for a long time. No matter what the support coming from to these countries, Turkey will never allow those countries to attack our country. I don't want to give the names of the countries, but they claim that they are the biggest countries of the world. But no matter what they say, Turkey has always walked on our path. They said that you cannot have a cross-border campaign, but Turkey carried out 3 trans-border campaigns, and terrorist organizations kneeled down on us. And we can right now produce helicopter motors, engines, and God willing, in a very shortest period of time, Turkey can produce tank and aircraft engines, and Turkey produces unmanned aerial vehicles, and Azerbaijan used our unmanned aerial vehicles in Azerbaijan and Armenian aggression, and they can be used very well. You can understand it. And also national industry products are produced, and this is a great example of our great achievements and developments. And I believe it is for me to say it. So for many years, Hagia Sophia was expected to be open for praying. Before it was opened, Foreign Minister of the United States, some representatives of the European Union, from the 4 corners of the world, they said that you cannot open Hagia Sophia for praying. They said that it would put you in a different and difficult position for international affairs. But with a presidential decree, may praise be to God, Hagia Sophia was opened for praying, and here it is a big proof that we are not going to give away from our sovereignty. So in this respect, no matter what other people say, Turkey is decisive to grow in this respect, with the help of God, of course. And we have important responsibilities and tasks. Yes, Turkey has had a great momentum, and in order for Turkey to sustain it, first and foremost, we have to have a great solidarity, and nation and state should reconcile. So that reconciliation must be at the very top levels, and we will use all the capacity at our hands in the best way possible. And behind it, we will try to do our best to be successful in art, science, and in every area. We have to develop all the means just to challenge against other countries. So in this respect, Turkey can be again more successful. I know that I have taken too much of your time, but I would like to thank you very much for listening to me, and I would like to thank all of you for your participation, and I wish great success to you for this event. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now we are going to have an hour of break, and then we are going to have another session that is organized on the name of the late Sabri Orman. It will start at 11:30, so see you in the next session. Thank you. I would like to invite Professor Dr. Sayın Yorgun in order to moderate the session. He is the Dean of Istanbul University, Faculty of Economy. Esteemed Director, very valuable speakers and very valuable professors. Welcome to International Islam and Finance Economy Symposium. We are going to have a very valuable session in the first place. As you all know, Sabahattin Zaim and Sabri Orman, very well esteemed professors, contributed in this area in our country a lot, and may God let them rest in peace. And I hope that we will also learn from their teachings. And in the first session, we are going to be evaluating Sayın Yorgun's, Sabri Orman's achievements. And it is very important for us that Sabri Orman worked in our faculty, and he's graduated from our university, and his journey started in Kahya province, and his journey extended to London. After that, he went to Malaysia. So we can see his academic life was full of achievements. And Sabahattin professor and also our professor Sabri Orman worked on the theory and the practice of Islam economy. They, both of them, were prominent names in opening new horizons. Especially when we talk about Islamic finance, they manifested the meaning and the purpose of Islamic finance very well, and thanks to their contribution, we have started to discuss the meaning of real Islamic economics. Islamic economy is mainly based on interest-free ways and also credit-free ways. Their logic was based on not a single system. And when we talk about Islamic finance, we can talk about different systems. We need to
tek bir sistemden, tek bir programdan, tek bir paketten, ekonomik bir modelden bahsetmemiz.
talk about different models, because there is no single economic model that can be agreed upon by everyone. But of course, we know that there are some rules and musts that can never change in the Islam. We have to have that perspective. There are zakat, alms, and also prohibition of interest and haram, halal. So we have to consider every important values of Islam. If we can do it, I believe we can have a smooth transition into Islamic economy. So it is not only about changing names in the Islamic economy. It is not creation of a system just by changing certain terms or else imitating different models to create Islamic model is not the way that we need to go. We have to protect the efforts, and labor and social and societal issues must be prioritized, and everything must be based on sharing and participation. In this session, we are going to have three important professors, and their speeches will be about Sabri Orman's contributions on Islamic finance. Our professors used to work with Sabri Orman as well, and we have very prominent names with us. So first and foremost, I would like to give the floor to Professor Dr. Erol Özvar, who is the rector of Marmara University. Mr. Özvar, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I want to thank my very valuable colleagues for organizing this symposium. Congratulations, because you have organized such a great organization, and this is marvelously important issue that you are touching upon. thanks to this symposium, we are commemorating Sabri Orman and his achievements and his thoughts and contributions on the economics and finance that is framed with Islamic rules. For that reason, I would like to thank all the organizers of the symposium. Thank you so much. Afterwards, of course, I need to commemorate his memory, and I need to offer my condolences. Sabri Orman lost his life, passed away 6 months ago at the age of 72. And when we look at his life, actually, yes, he gained many achievements, but he wanted to conduct better and further things for our country, but it was the holy decision, let's say, and his life was full of efforts, and we spent time with him, and it was very much important for us. We all know that he has done great jobs, and after his loss we came to a better understanding of his contributions as well. So let me start my presentation that is all about the contributions of Sabri Orman. As you have also stated, Sabri Orman graduated from our university in the Faculty of Economy, and his dissertation thesis, his doctorate was also about economy and finance, but he also was interested in different topics. And I believe that his other area contributions are very important. So, during his graduate and postgraduate periods, I was with him, and I was very lucky to be with him back then. Definitely, I was very lucky. So we together prepared his dissertation thesis together and his doctorate thesis together. Yes, he was very talented, and he had a great capacity on his mind, and he stood with a very high good moral values. He was a very wise man, a very mature man. So he was truly a scientist. He had all the features for a scientist, actually. And before we had the opportunity to learn about science from him, we learned about humanity and how to be a good human, thanks to his help and his stance. So there are many contributions of Sabri Orman into our discipline, but maybe the biggest contribution of all can be explained in this way. He was a member of the Islamic sciences, and he contributed to the Islamic sciences. He classified, his works can be also collected under the classification of Islamic studies. So if you ask me about the summary of his works, I can tell you that he was contributing on the modern Islamic sciences classification. So if you allow me, I want to dwell on to this topic a bit. As you all know, a very famous professor, Schumpeter, who was a very famous professor, in his History of Economy book, talks about 500-year gap in the economics. It is the medieval times period for economy, and he says that this period was a big gap for the economics. And he says again that gap must be filled in with certain theories. And since he is not equipped with medieval ages, he started that period after medieval times. Actually, there was a time that was full of developments in that age, but he was not very equipped with information for that period. That's what he accepts in the same book as well. So we can tell it for the Western countries on the medieval ages. This is the observation of Schumpeter, and we can say it for the Islamic medieval ages as well. Our professor here exerted his efforts and worked very hard for developing the economic theory and its relation with respect to Islam. Actually, all his works tell us that economic theory can be the joint intellectual product of all humanity, but on one side, in that theory, Islamic sources and Islamic knowledge was ignored. So all his efforts, all his works was to reveal the Islamic source of economics and economics history. So from that perspective, our professor was filling the gap in the economic theory history, and he says that there is also intellectual source, intellectual knowledge that was disregarded by the historians. It was not studied enough. That's why Western countries, medieval age times, economic theory missing is also missing because there is not many works about Islamic sources. I think this was the main issue for him. Yes, there is the financial concept, universal finance theory from Western countries, Eastern countries, China, India, Russia, Southern countries. So there is this financial theory or economics theory, but what was the source of it on the Islamic side? What about Muslims' perspective on the Islam? What were the works and pieces of the Muslims in terms of Islamic economics history? So maybe this was a big project to reveal the Islamic sources belonging to that ages. He took a very humble step in order to provide the important works for this thought, but it was a very important book. In the midst of 1990s, he wrote a book about the sources of the Islamic finance and economics. This was the first enlightening step to follow the path to enable the resources of the Islamic theory. And in his books, he mentioned how to work with Islamic practices. He also wrote another book that are related to methodological centers, and those books are reference books for many students that are interested in the history of economy and also finance and economics in general. So they are a source of inspiration. Definitely, they are very rich and deep in meaning, and those books include very important information in this respect. So, yes, I can summarize his intellectual journey in that frame. He carried out some works about caste literature, and also he worked about Ghazali, and also he wrote some articles about interest-free finance. And in the last months of his life, he still was working, and all those works were related to Islamic theory, and contributions were upon Islamic finance again. And we have to emphasize one thing here. So this agenda set forth by our professor is not something easy to analyze. Maybe at first glance we think it is easy, but it is not. At the very end, it is very difficult, because all these works, as you all appreciate, I'm sure, were not written with some excitement or some economical interest, but these works were written on the conditions of their ages. So it was not only about economists. For instance, Ghazali wrote Ihya, but that book was not only about the economy students. I mean, the respondents here, or the people here, the addressed people here, are not the economists. So they were actually putting forward some background as well. And those works can be analyzed just by reading other books of our professor. We need to know about hadith and fiqh, and also grammar, linguistic, and Islamic history, and Sufism. We have to know all of them in order to understand professor's books. And the first practice was tried to be shown by him in his books. And in his books, we can understand that he was analyzing the situations. It was all about analyzing. Analysis was the first thing for him. He was not prioritizing other things over analysis. He was rather interested in the text itself, the meaning of the text, the idea behind the text, and analysis of all the meanings in the text were much more important, according to him. So you don't see that he was criticizing the additions of the works of other people. So he was analyzing the meaning in the books. Those books are samples and exemplary literature models for us. For instance, Ghazali. He analyzed Ghazali in his articles and his book, and around the economical issues he tried to talk about product, supply, demand, market, everything. He was trying to just emphasize those topics. So he was trying to show Ghazali's perspective on his books and on his articles about him. And that's what an economist needs, actually. So if I am to wrap it up, actually, his works are great examples for many students, many doctorate students, many graduates, postgraduate students. He opened a very wide area for further research. So let it be my last word. This is also related to this topic. So all in all, Islamic finance was shown as an area that is full of excitement and discoveries. Islamic finance is not an area that is rediscovered or else invented after 1980s. We can understand by looking at our professors' books. Muslims have always dealt with Islamic problems, and they have also presented many intellectual products and means for Islamic economy and Islamic finance. So we have to understand what Muslims have done beforehand about Islamic economy. Islamic finance has a history. It was not something which was produced after 1970s or 1980s. But the Turkish perspective towards Islamic economy was emerging in this perspective, and Sabahattin Zaim was the sole creator of that. Thank you very much. You have given the essence of his works, and all the explanations, all the examples have absolutely cleared our minds, because you have said that contribution on the Islamic finance cannot be limited to 1970s, 1980s, and Professor Sabri Orman emphasized that in his books. And you have summarized it very well. And there are Islamic contributions on the universal economics, and it must be evaluated properly. And another important issue, as you have also reiterated, Islamic works are not written with the purpose of the analysis of finance, but they also comprehend and include the economy as well, but they are mainly based on the Islam. And I believe we have the responsibility to reveal all the hidden meanings in these books and articles. Thank you very much. You have completed it on time. Thank you very much. And I'll give the floor to our second speaker from Istanbul Commerce University, Professor Dr. Necdet Şensoy. I will give the floor to him. The floor is yours, sir.
I would like to salute all the participants with love and respect. International Islam and Economy Symposium has become traditional, and today we are having the 12th of them. In the past, we used to remember late Professor Dr. Sabahattin Zaim. Now, Professor Sabri, we remember them with gratitude. I would like to thank to the organizers of this symposium. Thank you very much for your great effort. After the scientific analysis made by Professor Dr. Erol Özvar, I would like to touch upon the human side of Sabri, Professor Sabri. Professor Erol Özvar analyzed very well when he was alive for a book which was prepared as a gift for him. I wrote a poem for him, and I would like to read it. In his physical appearance, in his chemistry, there is loyalty. Sabri Orman. He makes references. He doesn't like thrifty, and interesting definition of the modesty belongs to him. And he has always been modest as the Prophet Muhammad. I know him very well, and he likes his books the most. and he is the pioneer in Islamic economy. He thinks, he analyzes, he catches the core of the matter. He's unique in his opinions, and useful results come out of his opinions. And he would like to put a stop to the indebtedness fact. He always focuses on sociology and economy. This is a poem I'm doing my best, and he touches upon new matters. Unfortunately, we lost him. We could have seen many other productions of his valuable mind, but we lost him. I started my poem by saying that he has that royal spirit. That was the first observation of the people who know him. And he used to make a joke, which is, once upon a time, we used to go to we went to a real estate officer. Now I don't go because I send my wife and my children, because when they see me, they overprice. Because at first sight, you are really, influenced by his stance. He values human, and everyone who knows him will remember we used to hear from him, this is meaningful, this is valuable. We used to hear those sentences a lot from him. Therefore, we really appreciate him. He was always modest. He used to make such a definition, even in religious matters. He was modest. The modest path was the path that he always chose. But for the science, he spent sleepless nights. And he was following the path of modesty proposed by the Prophet Muhammad. As the Prophet Muhammad was living as an ordinary person, he was picking up the modest way, and he was always unpretentious in that regard. I know him very well, and he likes his books the most. These are the lines from his poem. He had many works. He has many works. I hope that those works will be gratified, and those resources were analyzed meticulously by him. He could have produced many other works if he had lived. When you say Ghazali, he comes to your mind, and he is the pioneer in Islamic finance. He was the first person to express economic and financial opinions of Ghazali in our country. That book was not translated into a foreign language, into English. That's a big mistake. I think it should be translated into English. He thinks, he ponders over that, and he catches the core of the matter. And this is my observation during our joint participation in the meetings. He has a high of reasoning capacity. He was always unique in his expression and opinions, and he came up with very beneficial results. In-depthness was the thing that he wanted to eliminate. His high reasoning abilities worked very well in that regard. Ban on interest was for eliminating the willingness of indebtedness of human being. It's interesting because in today's world, especially after global financial crisis, indebtedness has destroying effects in the economy, and it has been a hot topic, and there's a literature in that regard. Over-indebtedness has destroying effects. Therefore, ban on interest is to stop the willingness of the indebtedness. That was the opinion of him. Social justice and methodology. He was always touching upon the difficult matters, and we expect them to touch upon new matters. That's what I said. But, you know, may God bless him. By the way, he was an example for those who would like to learn English for academic purposes in order to understand English and Arabic. Well, he came up with 2 publications. One is from Arabic and one is from English. Therefore, for those who would like to better their foreign language academically, you can do a translation of a book from that language. And his translation was very impressive, and I published an article about that book. And Social Sciences magazine of Ticaret University, my article was published in that one. And Hayrettin Yücesoy, brother-in-law of him, of Sabri, Professor Sabri, he mentioned about his characteristics. He really explained him very well. And once again, may God bless him, and my deep respects to you all. Thank you very much. You mentioned about his characteristics, and you mentioned about him being royal, and you know, we need to underline that. And he really was a person to be appreciated, and he set a good example for the others, and he was always modest, and he was a very good example for the others. Being modest, being a pioneer, you know, those concepts were the most important characteristics of him. We can say that he was a human, insani kamil. So it's okay to define him like that. Our last speaker is Professor Dr. Mesut İdris from University of Sharjah. The floor is yours. Selamun Aleyküm. You can hear me, right? I would like to thank to the organizers of 12th International Islam and Economy Symposium. 3 days ago, I got an invitation from Dr. Necmettin Kızılay, and he asked me to share my memories about Sabri Orman. I really, started crying when I read that. Some people were colleagues with him, but I was his student, and we were friends. We were a family, and we had a good bond, academic bond. We directed many theses together. I was introduced to him in 1997 for the first time. International Institute of Islamic, Sayyid Muhammad Haddis established that institute, and I was his student in Islamic history. I see Necdet Şensoy. That's how I get acquaintance to him. And I became a little bit emotional, I was touched when I see him here. There is a saying, hadith, he's speaking Arabic. Still speaking Arabic. We are benefiting from his accumulations. And Sabri Bey, I would like to mention from 3 perspectives. He was very disciplined, because it requires a discipline in the academia, and in order to be a good academician you need to be disciplined, but there is a difference in him. He was disciplined, plus he has his principles. Sometimes he was challenged by those principles. I'm from Macedonia, and I have been here in Dubai for the last 2.5 years, and I'm the chairman of Islamic History and Civilization Department. Therefore, he never gave concessions on his principles. He was always modest, but he never gave concession on his principles. That's how I knew him. And from 3 perspectives, what I can say is that he was transforming his information into action, Master and student relationship was the relationship that I had with him. Islam fiqh lesson was one of the lessons that I took from him, but in order to transform it into social life, many things I learned from him. In 2001, he taught me that there are financial concepts, daruriyat, hajjiyat, and tahsiniyat. These 3 concepts, not only in economy, but also you need to transform them into other fields. If you receive an article, how do you evaluate that? Daruriyat, zaruriyat, hajjiyat, tahsiliyat, all Arabic words. You're managing your family, what is necessary for the family, and tahsiniyat. And since then, I have remembered these 3 approaches. And he was a jury member in my presentation of thesis, and I downloaded it to YouTube. You can watch it if you wish. He says that, since then, any kind of article, or, I'm managing the department, I'm head of the department, I am directing the department on the basis of his recommendations of 3 perspectives. It's of great importance. Professor Sabri in 1997, in 1998, he studied on Islamic finance, and he was looking at the resources, and I was telling him, just ask me, I can bring all the resources, all the books to you. But he really worked on an important matter, İstak, Eşeceral magazine. He published articles. Sources of Islamic Economic Thought was the title. He produced articles. When I say article, don't imagine that it's 10 pages, 15 pages. His articles were 50 pages each. It's like a book. And the resources that he used, he wasn't only giving bibliography, he was comparing those resources. He was different in that way. I have some notes here. My doctorate thesis, I did it in İstak. Famous Ottoman historian Necdet Bey. He is now at Istanbul University. Professor Dr. Mehmet Şehir. He was my advisor for master's and doctorate degrees. Mehmet actually has his principles. And he was a good he's a good academician. Mehmet Bey asked me, Macedonia, Monastir, registries. He advised me to work on them. And it was the first time I would start working. Even if I know Ottoman language or not, it's a pattern, and it was difficult to enter into that matter. And Sabri Bey really contributed a lot in that regard, especially Istanbul registries. Sabri Bey helped me a lot. He was always in Malaysia, and Mehmet Bey used to come during the summer, and we used to ask for the support of Sabri Bey. In 2002, when I completed my doctorate thesis degree, he was managing the doctorate thesis of a student. The subject was about Macedonia. The student was from Macedonia as well. And it was about the minorities, especially Muslim minorities. He wanted to talk to me, Sabri Bey. Minorities matter is a very litigious matter, as you all know. Fiqh Ekaliya. They were trying to create that recently, but in Islamic civilization, Ekaliyat resources are only a few. Of course, it's a hot topic. Who is minority? Compared to whom? So we managed a doctorate thesis with Sabri Bey, and while we were managing the thesis, I learned hugely from Sabri Bey, because how he was managing it very systematically. Therefore, we had shared such an academic history with him, and it was my first time to manage a doctorate thesis. Thanks to him, we managed a thesis together, and we learned from that thesis. And we had very good bonds, personal bonds. You complete your doctorate degree, you're in a foreign country. There is no one, your mom, your father, you're all alone. He invited me to his home, Sabri Bey. I always remember, çiğ köfte, traditional food, Turkish food. And Alparslan Açıkgenç prepared that dish. And they did it for my graduation. It was a very good memory. And last but not least, in 2003 and 2004, as you all know, in the Balkans, there was a plan of opening 2 universities supported by Turkey. One international Sarajevo University and the other one international Balkan University in Skopje. In Sarajevo, I worked for 5 years between 2012 and 2017 before I come here. And Sabri Bey called me, and such a university is being established, and they asked me a position, and I said, how can I help you? Let's go together. I can go anywhere you want me to go. Of course we are gonna go there together. Which one should I go? Sarajevo or Macedonia? We need to ask it to our family. Wherever they are comfortable. In Macedonia, Turkish language is spoken a lot, but in Bosnia, there is no Turkish. In Macedonia, there's tea, and Sabri Bey was fond of tea, and in Bosnia, no tea. Therefore, I recommended him Balkan University, and I told him that I can go to the Balkan University along with you. I was nominated to the rectorship of Ticaret University. When I found out his death, I couldn't work for 2 days. It was difficult. We weren't only colleagues. He was my professor, and we had good personal bonds. 2020 it doesn't seem to be a good year. We lost many valuable professors. Necdet Bey, you might know him. Professor Dr. Galip Benula in Malaysia. He passed away too at the age of 60. I hope that we are going to get rid of COVID-19. Thank you very much. I mentioned about him. I tried to express our memories together. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much. You were very sincere. You told us your relationship as a student and professor. And we can say that he's disciplined and he has his principles, and he was transforming his information, his sciences into action in financial means and also in academic means. And we need to be careful about the needs and the other perceptions. And let me tell you, Professor Dr. Öral Özvar couldn't make it to the meeting because he needed to participate in a funeral. Therefore, he said that he was sorry about that. Both Sabri Orman and Sabahattin Zaim, it was an honor for us to know them, to spend time with them. Maybe they are not with us physically, maybe, but with their works, with their opinions, with their students, they are alive and they will continue being alive. What falls on our shoulders is to convey these values to the next generations. We used our time in a good fashion. There is one thing I wanted to underline, the academic side, the human side of our professor. I think there is one thing that we would like to underline. I think he was a very good manager because he was a rector, as you remember, and he was also a member of the Assembly of Turkish Republic Central Bank, and he was compassionate, you know. We all know about that. Sabahattin Zaim was very important for Sabri Orman as well, and they put great efforts in us becoming good academicians, and we remember them once again with blessings, and we would like to continue the path that they opened for us, and such meetings and symposiums, we would like to see them proliferating, and I hope that these professors and their opinions will be conveyed to the new generations, and I would like to congratulate the organizers of this symposium and the managers of İKTAR, and also all the professors and the managers of our university, and my deep respects and love to each and every one of you, and I'm sure that this is going to be a very successful symposium. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The first session is adjourned. Now we are going to have a break of half an hour, and at 1 o'clock we are going to have the second session, interest-free finance system. See you in the next session.
Değerli izleyicilerimiz, ikinci oturumumuza hoş geldiniz.
Esteemed guests, welcome to the second session. I would like to invite Istanbul Medipol University lecturer, Associate Professor Dr. Mehmet Babacan to the stage in order to moderate the session.
Hayırlı günler dileyerek bu oturumu
Have a good day, everyone. I'd like to open this session. We are having the 12th Islam Economy Symposium. I hope it's going to be very auspicious for everyone.
oturumlardan sonra
After the morning session,
vesileyle ben de doğrusu bir defa daha
thanks to this opportunity for once again,
hoca ve
I'd like to offer my condolences for
arkadaşlarımı rahmet eylesin.
our late professors.
Doğrusu
May God let them rest in peace.
ya da İslam iktisadına
Our professors did not contribute only to the Islamic finance, but they also contributed to our lives because they were very good people. And I want to thank everyone for
şimdi
touching upon these character side as well. Thank you very much. In this session, we will be talking about interest-free finance again, and
sisteminin inşası
we are discussing establishment of the
yer alacak.
interest-free finance system in our
Profesör Doktor
world. Professor Dr. Tarikullah Khan from Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University will deliver the speech. And so if you allow me, before
kısa bahsetmek istedim.
talking about his speech, I want to introduce him to you. Yes, we have very prominent, very valuable names today with us.
Zaim Üniversitesi'nde
Tarikullah
tam zamanlı
Khan works in Sabahattin Zaim University as a full-time professor, but before then, maybe for about 10 years, he used to work in Qatar, Hamad bin Khalifa University, and
tabii İslam finans alanında
he's an expert in Islamic finance. He's not only working with universities, but at the same time,
pratik anlamda ve teorik anlamda çalışan çeşitli kuruluşlarda, uluslararası üniversitelerde de görev almış.
he has taken part in institutions that are dealing with Islamic finance.
Üniversitesi'ndeki araştırma birimi olan İRTİ'de
He used to work in IRTI under the umbrella of OIC, and he used to work with Islamic Development Bank, and he has many articles, and those articles have been referred for a lot of times, and those articles have created an echo in the literature. We are very happy to be having you here, Professor Dr. Tarikullah Khan, and now I'd like to talk to him in English, then I'll leave the floor to him. Tarikullah Hocam, hoş geldiniz sempozyumumuza. Teşekkürler. Çok mutluyuz bugün sizleri burada ağırlamaktan ve
was actually trying to
aslında ben şimdi
introduction about your short biography. Obviously
sizin biyografinizle, özgeçmişinizle ilgili birkaç cümle kurdum ama elbette bu birkaç cümle yeterli olmayacaktır. Çok teşekkür ediyorum bugün burada olduğunuz için.
presentation
İlk sunumumuz bizim. Sizin yapacağınız sunum olacak.
so I'd be so happy if you can
Çok mutluyuz bu arada tabii ki sizi burada ağırlamaktan ama 20 dakikalık sunum zamanımız var her bir konuşmacımız için. Lütfen ona da riayet edersek çok mutlu oluruz. Şu anda döngüsel ekonomiden konuşacağız. Pandemi sonrası İslami ekonomide, İslami finansta paradigmalar, döngüsel ekonomi. Çok teşekkür ediyorum tekrar. Bizlerle beraber olduğunuz için çok güzel sunumlar olacak eminim. Tekrar teşekkürler. Buyurun.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Allah'ın adıyla başlamak istiyorum.
Aleyküm ve rahmetullahi ve berekatuhu. Thank you very much,
Çok teşekkürler
Babacan. And I can see
Sayın Mehmet Babacan
my friends here.
ve burada dostlarımı da görüyorum.
Thank you very much. And
Çok teşekkürler.
I'm now in Toronto. So it is even before Fajr and I may be little sleepy.
Yani öncesinde belki yaptığım çalışmalardan dolayı çok yorgun olduğum için biraz uykulu da görünüyor olabilirim. Kusura bakmayın o yüzden.
Here of the passing
Başka bir yerdeyim çünkü.
Hoca Sabahattin Zaim is a good opportunity to pray for him. May Allah raise his place.
Elbette Profesör Sabahattin Zaim'in çok önemli çalışmaları var. İnşallah Allah da mekanını cennet etsin. İstanbul Üniversitesi'nden yapılan çalışmalarda kendisiyle 1975 yılında çalışma fırsatı bulmuştum. Çünkü bir araştırma görevlisiydim burada. Belirli bir süre içinde projelerim için araştırmalar yapıyordum. Ve ziyarete gelmiştim. Bu şekilde tanışmamız gerçekleşti. Evet, şimdi de aslında sunmam gereken bir sunum var ama sunumu göremiyorum şu an. Sunumun burada olması gerekiyor. Hocam acaba Sayın Babacan bu sunumu şu anda yansıtabiliyor muyuz? İsterseniz şu anda organizatörlere soralım.
Arkadaşlar hocamızın bir sunumu söz konusuymuş ama o yansıtmamız mümkün olabiliyor mu bilemiyorum. Here we go.
Okay, so this is the presentation which I edit to it sharing.
İşte bu. Sunmak istediğim program sunumumuz bu. Covid-19 sonrası İslami ekonomi ve finansta döngüsel ekonomi paylaşmak ve de ortak sorumluluklarımızdan konuşacağım. Elbette çok önemli bir paradigma değişimi olacak biliyoruz. Şu andaki mevcut durumda sadece kar elde etmeye yönelik bir yapı var ama bu paradigma değişikliğiyle beraber artık helal işinde de asıl amaç topluma hizmet olacak. Birincil amaç bu olacak. İslami ekonomi ve İslami finansın orijinal kendi fikrinden, kendi vizyonundan şu andaki hali birbirinden farklı, onu söylemek istiyorum ben. Bu görüşle başlayalım isterseniz ve Covid-19'la salgın, bu pandemiyle ilgili konuşursak sadece tek bu pandeminin getirdiği sıkıntılarla karşılaşmıyoruz. Küresel, finansal bir kriz de var elbette ve her seferinde kendini tekrar ediyor krizin getirdiği sonuçlar. Şöyle bir argümanımız var. Sadece biliyorsunuz gayri safi yurt içi hasılalar üzerinde başlayan bir gelişme kalkınma programı olduğu için sıkıntı buradan da kaynaklanıyor. Burada da bir paradigma değişimi olacak. Şimdi mevcuttaki pazar paradigması nasıl? Ona bir bakalım. En başta tabii ki sosyal toplum temellerinin sarsıldığı, ihlal edildiği bir durum var. Ki burada ben fotoğraflar çektim, sizlere fotoğraflar getirdim. İşte bakın sosyal yapının temeli ne hale gelmiş ve fotoğrafın diğer tarafına bakarsanız gezegenin getirdiği sınırlamalar var bildiğiniz gibi ve işte bu sınırlılıklar da ne hale gelmiş? Adeta bir israf, bir atık haline dönüşmüş her şey. Çok büyük bir atık, çok büyük bir israf var. Ve buradaki değişiklikler de başkalarının sorumluluklarını gerçekleştirmediğinden kaynaklanıyor. Bu işin doğru şekilde yapılmadığını gösteriyor bize. Bizler tabii ki ekonomistiz burada. Bizim sorumluluğumuz farklı. Belki dışarıda kalıyoruz ama bütün bu dışsallığı da içerecek bir paradigma değişikliğine ihtiyacımız var. Bir sonraki slide, evet. Mevcut paradigma finansallaşma konusunda gerçekleşecek. Eğer şimdi küresel sahneye şöyle bir bakarsak, bakın şuradaki yuvarlaklarda maviler dünyanın gayri safi yurt içi hasılasını gösteriyor. Turuncuda ise dünyanın mali varlıklarını görüyorsunuz. Kahverengide ise buradaki türev kaynakları görmektesiniz. Küresel gayri safi hasıla toplam küresel ekonominin %10'una denk geliyor ki toplam ekonomide neler var? Bu türev varlıklar ve de toplam finansal varlıklar var. Yani finansal sistem ve finansal hizmetler gerçek ekonominin, reel ekonominin çok çok daha üzerinde ve zaten asıl paradigmanın da sebebi bu. Sadece finansa odaklanmasının sebebi bu. Burada bir alıntı yaptım. Önemli bir alıntı. Ben bunu her yerde de tekrar ediyorum. Kırmızıyla yazdım. Okumaya çalışacağım çünkü çok önemli. Önemli bir alıntı. Hoteling'in modeline göre doğal kaynaklar ekonomisi modeli 1931 yılında yayımlanmış bir model. Diyor ki burada pazar fiyatları bir türün değerini tamamen yansıtsa bile türlerin yok olması ya da sömürüsüyle beraber ekosistemde zaman içinde bir bozulma olacaktır. Ekosistemdeki türün değerinde bir azalış olacaktır ve de para, mevduat hesabı, faizle birlikte büyüyen para artış göstermeyecek. Aynı zamanda yine burada bir bozulma meydana gelecektir. Yani mümkün olduğunca aslında doğal kaynaklardan almamız gerekiyor. Evet ama ekosistemde bunu genişletmemiz gerekiyor. Alıyorsak da gelirle birlikte geliştirmemiz gerekiyor. İşte asıl temel şey bu. Zaten aldığın kadar karşılığında para almaya kaynaklı bir model asıl bozulmanın sebebi. Devam edelim.
İlerleyelim arkadaşlar.
İşte burada da önemli ölçekte ilginç bir aslında yeni diyebileceğimiz tam da yeni değil ama fikirleri bir araya getirdiğimizde belki yeni olarak tanımlayabiliriz. Gelişmekte olan bir ekonomi çerçevesi var. Türkiye'deki insanlar da bu tür bir döngüsel ekonomi konusuna hakimler. En ortasına bakın, boş. Sonrasında çevresinde bir sınır var. Ortada sosyal vakıflar yer alıyor. Çok büyük bir eşitsizlik var. Sömürü var. Yoksulluk var. Çok fazla sağlık sorunu var. Pandemiyle kaynaklı sağlık, ekonomik ve sosyal temelin ne yazık ki dengesizlikle sarsıldığı bir yer görüyoruz. Diğer tarafta da iklim, ekolojik sistem, emisyonlar gibi ayrı ekosistemi ilgilendiren sınırlamalar var. Mevcut paradigmanın yapısı bu. İşte tüm bu katmanlar arasında bir dengesizlik var. Sosyal temelde de dengesizlik var. Aynı zamanda sosyal temelin çok çok ötesinde gezegenler tarafında da bir eşitsizlik var. Devam edelim. Yani dengesizliği her yerde görüyoruz. Pandeminin getirdiği insani maliyeti ve ekonomik maliyeti söylemeye gerek yok mu? Çabucak geçelim. Çabucak geçelim. Evet, burada. Şimdi görebilirsiniz. Aniden global anlamda bir duruş meydana geldi. Durdu her şey. Her yıl ekonomik ve sosyal mali her şeyde bir akış görüyorduk. Tamamen burada bir blokaj oldu ne yazık ki. Artık birbiriyle devam eden bir akış yok. Devam edelim. Evet. Dünya Bankası'ndan gelen tahminler 2020 yılında 9 trilyon Amerika doları karşılığında bir kayıp yaşandı dünyada ve 2021'de 6 trilyon olacak bu da. Devam edin. Devam edelim. Diğer slide. Ve de yoksulluk öngörülerine, tahminlerine baktığımızda pandemi de zaten en az 100 milyon gibi bir sayı daha ekledi yoksulluk tahminlerine. Öncesinde 560 milyondu. Şimdi ise bakın 720 milyona kadar artmış. Ki bu aslında yoksulluk sınırının tam en altı. Devam edin. Peki kurumsal kökü nedir acaba buradaki pandeminin? İnsanın elbette ekolojiyle doğal sınırları aşacak şekilde etkileşime geçmesi. Pandemiler ekonomilerle sebep alır, kaynak alır. Ekonomik politikalar ve sistemlerden sebep alır. Buyurun devam edin. Zaten bilim insanları da aynısını söylüyor, ekonomistler de aynısını söylüyor. Pandemilerin kaynağı parasaldır, ekonomiktir diyor. Şimdi şöyle bir alıntıda bulunacağım size. 2020 yılında yayımlanan bir çalışmanın bilim insanları neler söylemişler. Covid-19 salgınından sorumlu olan tek bir tür var, o da biziz. İklimle beraber, biyoçeşitlilik krizleriyle beraber karşılaştığımız bu pandemiler insan aktivitelerinin gerçekleştirdiklerinin doğrudan bir sonucudur. Özellikle de bizim küresel finansal ve ekonomik sistemimiz, bunu tekrar etmemiz gerekiyor. Özellikle de küresel finansal ekonomik sistemlerimiz sınırlı paradigmanın getirdiği ekonomik büyümenin ne olursa olsun büyümesi gerekliliğine dair yaptığı her aktivitenin bedelini ödüyor diyor. Yani buradan ekonomik büyümeyi sadece tek bir ana amaç olarak seçersek o zaman işte karşımıza böyle krizlerin çıkması kaçınılmaz olacak. Tekrar tekrar göreceğiz. Devam edin. Evet. Dediğim gibi bizler ekonomistiz ve iktisatçılarız. Ekonomistler olarak biliyoruz ki Nobel ödüllü alanlar Hoteling Thuram gibi, Pigo Thuram gibi isimler, daha doğrusu bu teoremler, bu teoriler aynen Hoteling'in teorisi gibi neye odaklı? Pigo, Coase, Hoteling, tüm bunların teorileri neye odaklı? Para ve finansın kullanımına odaklı. Evet, teşekkürler devam ettiğiniz için. Nobel ödülü kazanan bu önemli iktisatçıların teorilerinin en temelinde ne var? Çok çok etkili insanlar tabii ki bunlar. Çok etkili makaleleri var, çok etkili bilimsel çalışmaları var. Doğal kaynakların, diyorlar ki, doğal kaynakların insan eliyle gerçekleşen varlığa dönüşmesi gerekiyor. Bunun için de çeşitli pazarlara ve de finansal enstitülere ihtiyaç var. Bu nasıl olacak peki? Bunu yaparken bir de ekolojik ayak izi var. Bu göz önünde bulundurulmuyor. Bunun göz önünde bulundurulması lazım. Bulundurulsa da ne olur diyorlar. Pigo'nun teoremine göre vergi gelirleri ne olursa olsun bunun karşılığını verir ama bir yerde şu paradigmaya baktığımızda önemli bir alarm bayrağı bu da. Alarm görevi görüyor. Olayın sonucunda şu var. Etkin politika geliştirilmesi sürdürülebilir kalkınma için. Tamam, böyle bir etkin politika çerçevesi olabilir sürdürülebilir kalkınma için ama bunun dışında bir de bizim kendi yaşadığımız yerlerin gerçeklikleri var. Yerel olan arzularımız, isteklerimiz var. Çevre bir kere yerel, ekonomi yerel. Sokaklar yerel, ışık yerel, yani su bizim buradan, her şey bizim yerel, kendi kaynaklarımız, öyle değil mi? Her şey yerel, tamam öyle düşünelim. Ve bu yerelliği makasit şeriattaki, yani İslam hukukundaki hedeflerimize de koyabiliriz. İnsanların da yer alıyor olması lazım. Bir de tabii ki her bir ülkenin kendi ulusal vizyonu var, hedefi var ve bununla beraber sürdürülebilir kalkınma hedefleri, yani global hedefler var. İşte burada 3 tane gerçeklik seviyesi iyi anlaşılmalı, bütüncül bir açıdan. Devam edin. Tarihte politikaların başarısızlıklarının temeline baktığımızda Türkiye örneğinde, mesela daha önce de söylediğim gibi Türkiye'ye 1978'de gelmiştim. Bu arada Türkiye'nin yaşadığı en kötü anarşi dönemleriydi bunlar. Ve bir anda hüküm artık yerelliğe önem vermeye ve yerel gerçekliğe bakmaya başladı. Böyle olunca zaten kurumlar değişti. Politika başarısızlıkları ve de yerel hedeflerin ulusal hedeflere ve de küresel amaçlara döndürülmesi önemli. Bir sonraki slide. Eğer biz burada başarılı bir politika çerçevesi istiyorsak, o zaman dediğim gibi tüm bunların hepsinin dışarıya doğru değil, içeriye doğru bakması lazım. Hepsinin bir araya gelmesi ve de ona göre bir kalkınma hedefini gütmesi gerekiyor. İşte buradaki dönüşüm mevcut dönüşümü içerecek ve bu da zaten küresel ortamda görülüyor. Devam edin lütfen. Eğer bu çerçeveyi alırsak, bu politika başarısının çerçevesini düşünürsek, size daha önce de söylediğim gibi yerel değerler, yerel inanışlar oldukça önemli. İslami ekonomiye dönmemiz gerekecek ve de bu kaynaklara dönmemiz gerekecek. Şimdi Kur'an-ı Kerim'de ne diyor? Eğer ayete bakarsanız bizlere önerdiği şu: problemin temeline inin diyor. Sadece tek bir tarafını size göstereceğim. İngilizce'de özellikle de altını çizim sarıyla. İnsanların kazandıklarının getirdiği bir yolsuzluk olduğunda diyor ki bırakın sonuçlarını görsünler ve muhtemelen hak yoluna döneceklerdir gibi bir cümle var. Eğer bu bazı İslam fıkıh uzmanlarına bakarsanız pandemiyi bu şekilde bize hedefliyorlar, gösteriyorlar. Devam edin. Yani pandemi de aynen kötü bir şey oldu ve insan bununla beraber doğru yola dönecektir şeklinde yorumluyorlar. Şimdi bizim peki dünya ile olan ilişkimiz nasıl? Onu nasıl anlayabiliriz? Tekrar buradaki ayette, bu 61. ayette göstermek istiyorum size. Mevcut durumun gerçekliğini çok iyi yansıtan cümleler olduğunu düşünüyorum. Seni topraktan yarattı diyor. O yüzden toprağa gideceksin yine ve Allah'tan af dile diyor. Yani Allah'la bizim ve de toprakla, dünya ile bizim çok iyi bir ilişkimiz var. Devam edin ve de bu sınırlarla çok iyi bir ilişkimiz var. Tabii bir de bununla beraber İslam çerçevesinde vahiy ile gelen bu ayetlerin de değerlendirilmesi çok önemli. Bizler Allah'ın halifeleri, temsilcileri isek dünyada, o zaman rolümüzü nasıl oynayabiliriz? Bu pandemide, bu krizde aslına bakarsanız bizler için önemli bir fırsat da var. Bizim bir rolümüz var çünkü. Bu rolü, bize Allah'ın vermiş olduğu bu rolü, Allah'ın halifeleri olma rolünü bizim mutlaka zikretmemiz gerekiyor. Devam edin. Ve halifeler olarak diyelim, benim nacizane anlayışım şöyle: evrensel bir denge oturtmamız lazım. Er-Rahman suresinde de aynı şekilde anlatmış zaten bunları. Evrensel denge konsepti çok iyi bir şekilde anlatılıyor. Arapça okuyor konuşmacımız. Eğer bakarsanız zaten göreceksiniz siz de. Hatta şöyle bir altını çizmeye çalışayım sizlere önemli kısımlarının. Evrensel bir mezan, evrensel bir dengeden söz ediyoruz. Er-Rahman suresinde de dediğim gibi anlatılmış. Mevcut durumla bunu mukayese edersek muhtemelen çok rahat anlayabiliriz. Yaratılışın kendi içinde taşıdığı bir denge vardır. Biyolojik, fonksiyonel, her şey aklınıza gelebilir. Bir denge, bir denklem var. Yaşam elementleri, kapasite, bütün çevre, hava, su, enerji, doğa, su döngüsü, oksijen, karbon, fotosentez, hepsi aklınıza ne geliyorsa bunlar işte o dengeyi tesis etmek içindir. Bir de demografik bir denge vardır. Aileler, sonraki nesiller, evrensel dengenin parçası. Sayın Profesör, bu arada izin verirseniz 5 dakika içinde tamamlayabilir misiniz? Evet, yaparım. 5 ila 10 dakika içinde, yani 5 değil de 10 dakikaya kadar bitiririm. Evet. Şimdi kendi mirasımıza bakarsak ve de Kur'an-ı Kerim'e ya da diğer kılavuz kitaplarımıza bakarsak doğada bilimin yattığını göreceğiz. Bakın mesela buradaki, devam edin. Bir sonraki slide. Tamam. Şimdi bilime bakarsak, bilim doğadan kaynaklanıyor. Zaten birbirinden ayrı değiller. Biz yani mesela kuşlardan uçmayı öğreniyoruz, yüzmeyi balıklardan öğreniyoruz. Doğadan öğreniyor bilim. Ama ekonomistler olarak bizler doğaya karşı çalışıyoruz. Peki doğaya karşı nasıl çalışabiliriz? Doğada israf olmaz. Bizim yapımızda ise israf var ne yazık ki. Devam edin. Bizim yaptığımız bu da. Çabuk çabuk geçin, çabuk çabuk geçin. Bunlar örnekler çünkü. Su döngüsüne bakın mesela. Oksijen döngüsüne bakın. Bu da döngüsel bir doğa ve israf yok. Devam edin. Devam, devam, devam. Devam, devam. Devam edin. Tamam, burada kalalım. Eğer bir ekonomik sistem oluşturmak istiyorsak ki bu ekonomik sistem doğayla tutarlılık içindeyse doğadan öğrenme içermeli. Doğada israf yok. Bizim de israfı önlememiz gerekiyor. Ve tabii ki bununla beraber devam edelim. Devam edin. Bu da doğa temelli döngüsel ekonomi. Bizim İslami ekonomimiz, İslami finansımızın doğa temelli olması gerekiyor. Yani tüm bu gördüğünüz öneriler sıfır atık, sıfır emisyon, sıfır ormansızlaştırma, sıfır faiz, sıfır riba ve rahmet, yani rahmet gösterme, merhamet. Bunlar işte hepsinin doğayla bağlantılı ve de kendi mirasımızla bağlantılı olduğunu göreceksiniz. İşte tam da bu noktada bunlara iyi bakmalı ve de kendimizi mirasımıza adapte etmeliyiz. Başka şeylere değil. Mevcut paradigmaya tutunmak yerine eskiye, mirasımıza dönmeliyiz. Ve bu paradigma doğa temelli, döngüsel, etkili iş kriterleri, bu sahada gördüğünüz bu kriterler sizleri tam da döngüsel ekonomi konseptine oturtacaktır. Devam. Devam edelim. İşte mesela burada. En basit çekirdekteki o temel fikir ekolojik, ekonomik paradigmada burada tüketeceğimiz bir kaynak olarak görmememiz gerekiyor. Sürekli tüketmek değil. Çıkaracağız, evet bir şeyler çıkaracağız ama bu devam etmemesi gerekiyor. Yani bitirmememiz gerekiyor. Ekolojiyi tahrip etmememiz gerekiyor. Yeni paradigmada şöyle olması lazım. Artık bu algının tam tersine gitmemiz gerekiyor. Ekolojik çevre çok değerlidir ve de bitebilen kaynaklardır. Ona göre hareket etmemiz gerekiyor. Ne yapacağız o zaman? Devam edin. Devam edin. Buyurun. Ne yazık ki mevcut İslami finansta ve ekonomide lineer ekonomi paradigması, helal İslami ekonomi paradigması aslında konvansiyonel lineer ekonomi paradigmanın bir kısmını içeriyor. Devam edin. Fakat buna dönecek olursak halifelerden dolayı demiştim. Halife konseptinden dolayı demiştim. Ve bunu da ekolojiyi ekledim sonunda. Az önce gösterdiğim o bütün yuvarlakların ardına ekonomiyi de ekledim. Ekonomiyi buradan çıkarırsak o zaman lineer paradigmaya dönecek. Ve eğer tüm burada yazdığım o 7 komponentten çıkarım yapmazsak işte döngüsel ekonomiye kavuşacağız. Devam edelim. Yani helal ekonomi Mutlaka ama mutlaka işin temeli olmalı. Zaten helal ekonomi dediğimiz döngüsel ekonomi, lineer ekonomi değil. Sirküler dediğimiz döngüsel ekonomi. Burada lineer ekonomiden, geleneksel, konvansiyonelden kaçmamız ve de helal olana, döngüsel olana geçmemiz gerekiyor. Devam edin. Ve şu anda neler oluyor dünyada? Uluslararası hareket nasıl? Sürdürülebilir kalkınma hedefleri çerçevesinde çeşitli ilkeler var, yatırımlar var, sonrasında bankacılık var. Biliyorsunuz bankacılık ilkeleri var. Birleşmiş Milletler ve de Birleşmiş Milletler'in kuruluşlarının, Birleşmiş Milletler Kalkınma Bankası'nın gerçekleştirdiği çalışmalar var. Bunlar ne yazık ki ekolojik paradigmaya şu anda geçmeye çalışıyorlar ama BIS sistemi ise küresel mali mimarinin, IMF'in, Dünya Bankası'nın yürüttüğü, Basel kriterlerinin yürüttüğü, IFRS temelinde oluşan bu lineer ekonomiyi destekleyen bir yapı var. Bunlar da regülasyonlar yaparak radikal bazı değişikliklere geçmek istiyorlar. Yani en nihayetinde bütün sistem, bu mimari çok büyük bir dönüşüm içinde. Devam edin. Devam edelim. Devam edin, buyurun. Sonuç olarak şöyle diyebiliriz. Bizim İslami ekonomik ve finans paradigmasında şu an mevcut olan lineer ekonomi yapısından döngüsele geçmemiz gerekiyor. Ve de elbette en nihayetinde çok büyük bir dönüşüme ihtiyacımız var. Şeriatın, yani bu İslami kuralların yönetişiminde bir reforma varmamız lazım. Helal paradigmasını İslami finansal hizmetlerde tesis etmemiz lazım. Çok daha geniş bir kapsamda, sadece helal işini kapsayacak şekilde değil, aynı zamanda vakıflar, hayırseverlik işleri, faizsiz krediler, sukuk, bunların her birini kapsayacak bir yapıya ihtiyacımız var. Yani şeriatın da yapısının değişmesi gerekiyor, kapsamının genişlemesi gerekiyor. Devam edin. Sonra bir de çok fazla fırsat var elbette karşımızda. Farklı seviyelerde istersek kendi ekonomilerimizi dönüştürmek istiyorsak, mevcut lineer paradigmadan döngüsel paradigmaya dönüştürmek istiyorsak, dediğim gibi döngüsel olan zaten İslami olan, çok fazla fırsat var karşımızda. Doğal stratejiler, belediye seviyelerinde yürütülen stratejik çalışmalar, pedagoji, bütün eğitim seviyelerinde, işletme okullarında, ekonomik fakültelerde, araştırma, geliştirme, girişimcilik, İslami mali hizmetlerin dönüşümü, şeria kurallarının değişimi, dönüşümü. Bunlar büyük bir fırsat. Devam edelim hızlıca. Benim artık söylememe gerek yok. Devam edin siz. Siz devam edin, ben durdururum. Devam. Bunlar açıklamalar çünkü. Devam edelim. Son olana gelelim. Evet, son olan. Söylediğim gibi burada paylaşma ve de paylaşılmış, yani ortak sorumluluk var. Sonrakine geçelim. Karşımıza çıkan zorluk şu: eğer lineer paradigmadan döngüsel paradigmaya geçeceksek, o zaman burada iş yapmanın maliyeti en nihayetinde yükselecek elbette. Bu amaçla benim şöyle bir önerim var. Madem İslami sosyal finans, vakıflar ve hayır kuruluşları ve kar amacı gütmeyen aktivite gerçekleştiren kuruluşlar, İslami bankalar, onlar şu anda zaten dönüşüm tarafındalar, doğru taraftalar. Kaynaklarını getirebilirler, kaynakları harmanlanabilir. Mesela düşük maliyetli bir ev konut projesi varsa İslami bankalar bunun finansmanını yapabilirler. Öyle değil mi? Proje finansmanı olabilir, birlikte çalışılabilir, harmanlanabilir. Böylelikle de bir kaldıraç etkisi oluşturulabilir. En nihayetinde de büyük bir başarıya imza atılabilir. Bu bütün dönüşüm aktivitelerine uygulanabilecek bir öneri. Birliktelik ve de ortak sorumluluk. Devam edelim. Devam. Siz devam edin. Son nokta, aslında oldukça da önemli bir nokta. Çok fazla dönüşüm adımları gerçekleşiyor bildiğiniz gibi. Bu elbette çevreyi göz önünde bulundurmazsak, İslami Kalkınma Bankası, IFSB, IOPI ve uluslararası kuruluşlar göz önünde bulundurulmazsa dönüşüm adımları da atılamayacak. Her birinin koordine edilmesi lazım. Bir çatı İslami mali mimari organizasyona ihtiyacımız var. Ve bu çatı altında bütün bu İslami organizasyonlar bir araya gelirler ve de söylediğimiz gibi sürdürülebilir kalkınma hedeflerine bu şekilde ulaşabiliriz. Evet, sürdürülebilir kalkınma hedeflerine ulaşmak istiyoruz ama paradigma değişimi olmadan bu hedeflere ulaşılamaz. Paradigma değişimine ihtiyacımız var. Bu söyleyeceğim önemli bir şeydi. İkinci olarak da her bir ülkemizde bizim ulusal vakıf organizasyonlarımız var, öyle değil mi? Ama küresel seviyede değil. Küresel seviyede tüm bu ulusal vakıf organizasyonları bir araya getiren bir organizasyon yok. Eğer biz mevcut sistemden yeni bir sisteme, daha merhametli bir sisteme kavuşmak istiyorsak, o zaman işte vakıf organizasyonlarının bir araya gelip oluşturulacağı küresel bir derneğin önemi de o kadar büyük olacaktır. Benim sonuç olarak söylemek istediklerim bu şekilde. Bizim en nihayetinde mevcut lineer ekonomiden döngüsel ekonomiye geçmemiz gerekiyor ve hakikaten de bunu yaparsak sosyal finansı daha da iyi işler hale getirebiliriz. İslami bankalarda daha iyi çalışır. Çok teşekkürler.
Thanks so much, dear professor.
Teşekkür ediyoruz saygıdeğer profesöre. Saat çok erken bulunduğunuz yerde bizlerle birlikte olduğunuz için çok teşekkür etmek istiyoruz. İyi günler diliyoruz. Teşekkürler. Katılımcılara kısaca şunu hatırlatmak isterim. Soru cevapları chatbox'tan almaya devam ediyoruz. Oturumun sonunda konuşmacılarımız bu soruları cevaplıyor olacak. İkinci konuşmacımıza dönelim. Distinguished guests, for the second speech, I would like to give the floor to Professor Dr. Davut Pehlivanlı and Hüseyin Deniz. Hüseyin Deniz is a member of Kuwait Turk Participatory Bank. And I think he has a connection with Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University. Professor Dr. Davut, 20 minutes of presentation, please, if you can stick to the timing.
20 dakikaya sığdıracağım hocam, problem yok.
Okay, I will stick to my time. Thank you very much.
Alıyoruz. Biraz gecikmeli geliyor değerli hocam. Ben müsaadenizle tebliğin başlığını katılımcılarımıza ifade edeyim.
Okay, let me tell you the title of the speech. In an establishment of a new financial structure, Professor Dr. Davut Pehlivanlı, in his career, he worked on risk and audit topics. Right now, he has lots of articles in many different fields focusing on risk. We have been together in a couple of symposiums, and I think it was in the same session last year. If I'm not mistaken, he wrote a very deep article. Thank you very much for your participation. I would like to cut it short. As for Hüseyin Deniz, Hüseyin Deniz is focused on SMEs, I guess. And would you like to say a couple of words about your career? We do have 20 minutes. Thank you very much. Hüseyin Bey is having his doctorate degree, and this study we created it with Hüseyin Deniz. Last year we focused on global matters and derivative products and risk management. This year we are going to be looking at the matter from national perspective. In this framework, in Turkey, a specific group is not working with banks. They are working with different institutions and they manage their savings with them, and they evaluate their savings within the economy or without the economy. Turkey is suffering from insufficiency of savings, as you all know, and in such countries, the fact that the savings are being directed to inefficient fields, I mean unregistered, let's say, it creates big risks. And from financial funding, it creates negative points. And untransparent and unaudited structures are resulting in losing these savings and bankruptcies. Therefore, they end up losing their savings. And within this framework, savings in Turkey, especially non-bank savings, are handled within two groups. One is the financing based on the savings, and the second one is about jewelry sales. It is parallel to the culture. These two matters are the focus points of our presentation. And how we can manage the system without shrinking it, and we would like to share with you the models to do so. I would like to start with EBI model. Here, as you all know, different institutions for so many years do have activities to come up with housing issues of the people. And this part is when it's not audited by a regulating authority, we are not knowledgeable about the real numbers and real volume on that part. In the existing situation, those which are not subject to regulation, which are not audited or observed, no transparency, no accountability, no audit. There's this open field. And other critical point that's worth mentioning is that personal savings model doesn't have national strategy, and the companies don't have that strategy, and these companies are not active within a framework with red lines. Therefore, we don't know how they evaluate those savings, and we don't have any mechanism to understand their performances. And there are some figures, comparative figures between Turkey and Germany. The population of Germany is 83 million, and gross domestic product is 4 or 5 times, and 26.7 is the number of contracts. 1/3 of the population got their houses out of this system. 918 million euro is the volume of these contracts, and in 2019 new contract volume is equal to 10% of the contracts, which is equal to $90 billion, and the number of new contract is 1.7 million. In 2019, Germany's population growth was around 200,000 with the new births, the migration, Syria, and along with the other factors. In such a situation, we can see these numbers, and this system is being audited. In Turkey, we don't have sectoral numbers that we can use in comparison. We can't see the impetus, we can't see the project's efficiencies, we can't see how the rights of the individuals are being protected. They're all in the gap, they're up all in the air. And let me tell you about the risks of the system. The funds conveyed to here, it's possible to use them other than its purpose, and we can't see asset liability and also time structure, and because of some funds out of the sector, the risks in liquid and other risks can be seen. How investment funds are being managed, we don't know. Capital adequacy, we don't know about them. There is no rule about them. It's a classical incorporation, limited incorporation, and there is only one binding thing. They need to be in line with the commerce law. Apart from that law, they don't have any set of rules, legal rules. More critically, those who are collecting the fund and those managing these funds are under the same roof, sometimes one mother company and participatory subsidiary, or one single mother company. And these are the risks pertaining to the companies, and there are other risks about the sector. The biggest obstacle is the stop of incoming funds, and also bankruptcies of the companies, and also loss of reputation risk. And we can't observe what's really going on in the sector, and we need to carry them to an infrastructure in which we can observe them without slowing it down. With the regulating mechanisms, we are trying to control the sector, and I think this is not the correct approach. I think here the most important thing is to come up with the right product, right company structure, and right regulating authorities. We need to expand it, and we need to grow it, and we do have a model proposition in that regard, and the most reasonable one is to gather them under capital market board and make them fund-raising companies, and along with they might be creating a securities company, and also the funds which are collected might be transferred to securities companies, and second-hand markets should be created, because fundraising companies and securities company, its relationship should be sustainable, and as a result these funds should be saleable in the second-hand market, and the saving should be transformed into cash, and also delivery of the immovables to the holders. And along with some structural adjustments, we can use the system, and some capital adequacy ratios and some other critical rules should be adopted. Fundraising companies and portfolio management companies should work together, and securities joint investment companies might be taken as an example. And second one is the golds in the jewelry shop. The numbers are huge. As I stated earlier, this field is not observable. The basic problem here is that they're giving them to the jewelry shops like gold and FX. These assets are not registered, or even if they are registered, they can't be observed, and these funds are being given to the jewelry shop, but they're being used for different purposes. And of course there is the risk of bankruptcy. We do have a table here. In Turkey in the last decade, jewelry shop bankruptcies, the number of bankruptcies of jewelry shops and the golds which were taken by the jewelry shops. You can see here the numbers. These numbers have been gathered from the authorities. Of course, here we can't see the whole number of bankruptcies. More than $200 million, which is equal to 3.3 tons gold, which were given to jewelry shops, but they have been lost. These savings have been lost. In Turkey, we don't have any statistics. We don't have any regulating authority. Therefore, we don't know about the volume of this sector. In Turkey, on average, it's around 4%. The risk is around 5%. And such a sector in which we lose $200 million, average total saving is around $4 billion. $4 billion is 1/5 of the funds in the personal pension. You can see here how incredible the size of this sector. And this is a site which non-bank economy is being directed. We do have a model proposition here. We don't have anything in the literature, but while we were creating this model, we thought about including the Treasury or Ministry of Finance, but it's shrinking the system a little bit. Capital Market Board, we need to be gathering them under that roof, and Gold Portfolio Management Company should be taking the funds, and also capital adequacy ratio and the critical rules should be applied to those companies, and some part of the funds that they collect they can use for commercial purposes, and we need to create such an infrastructure, and the return on that coming from the fund management company should be given to the citizens in a non-interest model, and personal savings will not be directed to the unregistered economy. Therefore, they will be more efficient and they will be included within the economy, and at the end of the day, this can be audited. This environment is going to be transparent. Fund collecting, fund using companies are differentiated from each other. Therefore, it's objective and it's independent, and along with this model, the sector and the system can be enlarged. As this structure continues being so, there will be trust issues because of the bankruptcy risk. And from another dimension, the bankruptcies in this field can result in triggering a financial crisis. Another topic that's worth mentioning is that when we come up with a new model and when we take it to a legal perspective and legal framework, we are trying to shape it within current structures. These two structures, the first and the second one, it's not possible to embed them into an existing structure. So, because the citizens, if they could have solved their problems through participatory banks, this system wouldn't have become this big. Therefore, they don't have their flexibility within the banking system, and their needs cannot be met by the existing participatory bank system. Therefore, we need to be focusing on their needs, and we are a housing financing regulatory board is the authority in EU, and we do have some observatory boards in Turkey. We can do that for this gold saving issue as well under the roof of Capital Market Board. If we can do that, we can grow the sector and we can come up with transparency, traceability and accountability. When we take these two steps, what we are going to achieve is that with small products, with small companies, we are going to be including them to the system, and they are going to be subject to regulatory authorities, and this brings us to sustainability. And when we provide sustainability, people are going to have the tendency to prefer interest-free products. Generally, you know, the trend is different. So, white collar and other new generation, they don't prefer non-bank investment instruments. Therefore, we need to be auditing both systems together, and when we make them transparent, and then interest-free choices will be preferred more easily. Mehmet Bey, I wrapped it up. Anything that you would like to add? Thank you very much for using your time efficiently. Hüseyin Deniz Bey, would you like to say a couple of words? Then I will wrap it up, and then we will proceed with the third speech. No, I don't want to add anything to the presentation. Under my name, it was written Kuwait Türk. I worked in that, and afterwards I started working in the private sector. I don't have any additional remark to the presentation. Thank you very much for your interest. You're about to finish your doctorate studies. I hope that you will complete your thesis as soon as possible. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this presentation. I had a chance to listen to the last year's speech by Davut Bey, and with the local solutions and the models, it includes them, but I think we need to take it as a whole, and I think it's an important field of Islamic finance. We do have a limited amount of time for the last presentation. Thank you very much, Davut Pehlivanlı and Hüseyin Deniz. Now I would like to give the floor to our last speaker, Professor Dr. Ahmet Faruk Aysan. Ahmet
Mustafa hepimiz
Faruk
tanıyordur ama
Bey.
bahsedeyim.
Let me
İlk giriş cümlesi de
tell you about
benim
him.
hocalarımdan birisidir. Hatta çok yakın hocalarım.
He's one of my professors. We are very
Sağ
close.
olsunlar doktora tezimde de
And also, he was the supervisor of my dissertation thesis. Graduated from Bosphorus University and Maryland University, and he worked in Bosphorus University, and he worked in Central Bank for a long time. After coming from Central Bank, he worked in Istanbul Şehir University. He used to be the dean of the university as of this year. He works in Qatar, Ahmad bin Khalifa University, on the postgraduate level. I would like to congratulate his new position in Qatar, and thank you so much for being in our conference. Thank you. He will be talking about methodology on the Islamic finance. He will be talking about sustainability and trust. And he will also provide the fintech opportunities. So your presentation can be Turkish, because there is simultaneous translation for our listeners, and you have 20 minutes for presenting your speech. So if you have a presentation, it can be shared on the screen. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mehmet. I'd like to thank you very much, all the organizers. So if you wish, my screen can be, my presentation can be on the screen later on. My presentation will be on English in written forms.
Ben öncelikle tüm bu organizasyonu yapan arkadaşlarımıza, organizatörlere çok teşekkür etmek istiyorum.
And I want to thank all the organizers. Islam Economy, Islam Finance Forums. I have been following them since the very beginning, and maybe my dissertation thesis was also affected by these forums. While I was working in Bosphorus University, it was during Ramadan, and first conference visits was sent to me. It was about Sabahattin Zaim, and I was following his activities, and I had the chance to listen to him for once, but I was on the university years, and during my doctorate postgraduate period, I was not very much seeing him, but his efforts affected me a lot, and I can very well see the effect of his efforts today. There is a university on his name, and everybody is commemorating his name with big, good words, with his mental and also character-related features. And I think we have to work on something that is peculiar to us. Murat Serter from Bosphorus University had great contribution for Turkey. He sent many students to abroad. He had a great contribution in this respect, and Sabahattin and Murat Serter maybe can be compared in one of the articles because they both have great contributions. Inshallah, God willing, our students, our friends here who are listening to our speeches can write something about them together. So this is actually my first time being a speaker in a conference like that. I used to be a speaker in a different conference, but I'm thankful to you. It's an honor for me. In the last decade, I've started to work on Islamic finance, especially working on the central bank. I started to become more interested in Islamic finance. I used to be an economy student in Bosphorus University, and I was thinking about Islamic perspective. I was talking to myself, yes, we are doing certain things like that, but how can we formalize it based on Islamic economy? And in the last decade, I tried to do it more commonly, and afterwards, yes, this is an important day for us, and it is definitely very important and beautiful for being with this great panelists, Mr. Tarikullah and Bülent and other speakers. It is joyous for me. I was very emotional in the previous session because they delivered great speeches, especially Necdet's presentation reminded me of my central bank years because we were designated to work in central bank with Sabri, but I left earlier than him. We had great memories with Sabri, by the way. I knew Sabri with his books, but I hadn't had a chance to meet with him. But during central bank years of mine, I had the chance to learn a lot of things from him. And in addition to his words, I need to say one thing. Sabri accepted everyone like they were. He was open to pluralism, and he was very comfortable. He was not judging people at all. I mean, his humanitarian side, his academic side must be at discussions in more commonly. Yet for Sabahattin Zaim, we have done this a lot, but for Sabri Orman, we have to do the very same thing. He's a very prominent, efficient name, effective name. And he told us that Islamic finance was not something new. Islamic finance existed and existed with the existence of Muslims, and it will be existing again as long as Muslims are in this world. We had many discussions about Islamic finance and the general financing concept, but I didn't want to be involved in this kind of discussions because 20 years ago again, in my university years, in my doctorate, postgraduate years, I had this opinion on my mind, and I still have this feeling. As long as Muslims live in this world, as long as Muslims want to live their lives with this perspective, Islam finance will be in our world. And in recent times, Islamic finance has become much more prioritized. So rationalists and monolithic finance structures have been left, maybe because of the religious beliefs, environmental structures. Right now, economists accept that there are more than one single or more than just one monotype among our people. We need to understand how Muslims take their decisions. We need to know it. Yes, they might have adopted Islam. They live in Islam in different levels, but we need to know to what extent their lives are affected by it. So I believe Islam finance works in that area. This is the area that Islamic finance studies are taking place. And this is very much related to what we are doing. Why have I said it? Because I believe it is very much associated with Sabahattin Zaim and Sabri Orman. Sabahattin Zaim is was one of the prominent names of Islamic finance in the world in 1970s. Many meetings were taking place in Jeddah, and he attended meetings in Jeddah, and he also used to work in Islamic Development Bank. He tried to share the sensitivity with his students, and he put these sensitive issues in the academic dimension as well. Maybe academically speaking, he wrote I'm right now speaking about Sabri Orman, was writing a dissertation thesis, and he was also trying to teach it to his students. But all in all, they try to say some things that are peculiar to their own periods, because the biggest challenge, biggest problem for Sabahattin Zaim was that back then Islamic finance concept was not accepted, but he was trying to work on it. Yes, Sabri Orman and also Sabahattin Zaim, I mean, they were all saying that Islamic finance was not at that area. It is a vital and vivid, as something which is actually living, and they try to show it to everyone. Every people, every person's contribution in the Islamic finance area is important. We cannot differentiate them. On the contrary, every contribution in this respect is very important. Islamic finance can be much easily built by certain building blocks, certain bricks. I asked myself this question, and in my all works I try to set this forth. As a person living in 2020, how can I contribute in Islamic finance? This is the important question that I asked myself, and this is how I answer this. I need to know how Muslims behave and think. With the articles that I write, with the political recommendations that I provide, can they really live in a more Islamic manner? So this is how I try to conduct my studies. Up until now, I have analyzed banking studies and banking behaviors. They have not been published in any place yet, but they have this commonality. Muslims, because they believe in Islam, do they really want more income, or are they different from conventional customers? To what extent they are rational, they are being religious? Is it changing their payments or premium understandings? So these questions are very interesting. In our article published on Journal Magazine of Economy, they say that religious people react against riba, interest, and deposit accounts are very much fluctuating with the interest. This is how they perceive it. So at the very end, I have come to that understanding that conventional finance followers need to understand the Islamic finance better. And our friends working on the conventional bank should understand Islamic finance. In Langor, it was mentioned as well. In Turkey, there is dual system. And this dual system is very similar to one another from very much from different angles, but Islamic finance institutions and Islamic banks are differentiated from certain aspects. For instance, after COVID-19, should Islamic banks provide more support to SMEs? Should they give more help to the people? I mean, we need to ask these questions. Difference estimations studies are very much suitable for these works. In order to understand the customers on the conventional side, we need to also scale the reaction of the Islam side. If we can understand the Muslims' reaction, we can also understand the customers on the conventional side. In our article published on that journal, we saw that customers on the Islamic banks are rational, and they have also accounts in the conventional banks. So the interest moves on the deposit accounts are reacted by them. But on the conventional side, they don't have these reactions. So there are certain political outcomes. So our policies, our banking policies and regulations should be constructed in that way, so that people can live the Islam in the way that they believe. So this is what we are trying to achieve. And in recent times, especially in the last 3 years, I work on blockchain and cryptocurrencies and fintech, because it is also my hobby. It interests me a lot. While I used to work in Şehir University, we had the chance to work with our students in that dimension, and I believe it is going to open a new age, new era. As a person living in 2020, my role here
Müslümanların, dinler insanların, İslamiyet'i benimseyen ve yaşamak isteyen insanlar acaba bunu daha iyi nasıl yaşayabilirler?
I need to understand, as a person living in 2020, Muslims, how can they live their religion and benefit from the banking services in a way that they are not in this dilemma? So I'm trying to provide solutions. This is what I'm trying to do now. And I work about cryptocurrencies and fintech, but this is not something different, because Islamic finance should be speaking the language of the time. In 1970s, 1980s, there were certain discussions about the legitimacy and religious state perspective, and Islamic finance has come today by taking its basis from those days. But right now, Islamic finance is not limited to that purpose. It has many products, and in the banking sector, it has very huge shares. In Malaysia, it has 25%. In Turkey, it is 6%. In big Muslim countries, they have great shares in the banking and financial system. So, we can, of course, criticize some products, and they're being different. But Islamic finance is not something that can be discussed at the theory. It is right now on the practice, and we have the narration. We have that narrative practice. Or else, I mean, we can also develop that narrative practice, because otherwise, just by remembering the past, just by saying, yes, we have done this, Islamic finance is different in that way, in this way, if we say it, we cannot reach to the youngsters, because youngsters right now are facing with a more secular world, and we cannot say many things to these people. We cannot explain ourselves, yes, because this is the reality of today, and this is where we need to take our roots. But it is like a bipolar world, so this is the situation that Muslims are facing right now. In order to mitigate that problem, we have to be following the actual thing on the agenda. So narrative is important here. We had a meeting in the central bank in 2015. Narrative economy discourse was put forward. Economy is going side by side with narration, and Islamic finance narrative is very strong since the very first establishment. But we have to nourish that narration, of course. Otherwise, narratives can be valid up to a certain point. After that, people disregard these narratives totally. For that reason, working on fintech and cryptocurrency is very crucial, and I believe that they are providing very good solutions for the daily lives. It is a bit more methodological. My presentation is a bit fast. I don't have too much time. That's why I don't want to dwell on the details of my presentation. I mean, I can conclude my speech in 2 minutes. Okay. Okay. If you wish, you can talk about the last part of your article, just to 3 to 5 minutes, in order not to exceed the time, because there are some questions for our speakers, or there might be questions for you. So can you please wrap your presentation up in just 3 to 5 minutes? Just talk about the conclusion part, because the organizers are going to ask the listeners, participants, if they have questions, they will be asking them to you. Thank you. Okay, in 3 minutes, I'll try to summarize the conclusion part. because it will be very difficult to proceed the presentation. So I believe that we have to be touching upon the fintech studies more, and Davut's studies are very much important. So this is out of the life itself, and Tarikullah has had a circular economy studies. This is very crucial, and we know that his studies are very valuable for the field that we work. And I want to open the perspective about fintech, because right now there is a new narrative, and also normal conventional banking is changing. There is the open banking side as well. So with all its dimension, the system is changing. Working with cryptocurrency can only be made through working with central bank. What is money, what is currency, etc. These are very actual problems of ours, and people working on the Islamic finance should be elaborating them more. Yes, it is going to come in the future. Yes, it is going to be much more discussed in the future. So youngsters should be directing themselves onto these issues. This is my recommendation. So when we look at the SDGs, there is a big relation, because there is a new development. Islamic finance, Islamic economy, after 2008 has become very popular. The wind has supported us from our back. Maybe we just became more speedy and rapid. Many doctorates and master programs were opened in our country. This is good, yes, because in 2008 crisis, Islamic banks were differentiated. A new discourse is developing, and I really like that discourse. It is more inclusive, but it is not going towards the mainstream side. It can look at the areas in a multiple way: circular economy, sustainable development goals. So these are all the parts of that new paradigm. People working on the Islamic finance have a lot to say. And while we work on the Islamic finance, we can say that people are not rational like they are mentioned on the textbook, or they are not maximizing their profits in that way, because profit maximization is too much broad, and sustainable development goals can show us it further. There is digitalization going on everywhere, and we are a part of that digitalization, and we have to develop a narrative in this respect. And in the second part, I give some examples. For instance, for zakat, for alms. By the way, they are all blockchain-based examples, because, as you know, in 2008, Shakotino Komoshita established blockchain structure, but blockchain is defined with cryptocurrencies in all around the world. But maybe the most important part, I really attach importance to this comparison. Many companies emerged in 2000s, but then they bankrupted. But internet entered into our lives, and it has survived. And blockchain will be like that. On the cryptocurrency side, blockchain is very successful. There will be ups and downs, and popularity can increase or decrease. It is okay, but we know it. Blockchain is a part of our lives, and blockchain will be in everywhere of our lives. On the zakat, on the alms applications, it will be everywhere. We are not in an order that is governed by the state currency, but there will be multiple currencies in the future, and blockchain will be the basis of these structures. And in my article, I have tried to provide examples in this field. For instance, UNDP's blockchain-based zakat collection system, because on the alms zakat side there is the collection, management and distribution side, and there is trust relation in every step. If you trust that person or institution or wakf or association, you give your alms to them, etc. But trust is of course established within years. Can blockchain enhance the trust? Blockchain revolution is a revolution of trust, according to some people. In the past, we used to trust the family members and regulators of the state, governments. Without them, can we really facilitate trust through blockchain institutions? Islamic finance should think of it more, because at the beginning of Islamic finance there is legitimacy of the state and having the nation, Pakistan, Bangladesh, independency, etc. You all know it. Maybe we can go one step further, and if we do not think of it in terms of nation-state term, blockchain can provide us different opportunities for trust facilitation. And Torcum is different from cryptocurrencies. There is a community. With that community, utility token concept is boosted with certain goods. For instance, you make payments and some part of it is allocated to poor people, for instance. And from the very beginning, it is much more inclusive. It includes more people inside that economic structure. In my article, there are many examples. Actually, I told you that I'll speak in 3 minutes, but it's 5 minutes already. And I want to thank you very much for listening to me. And this is my recommendation for youngsters. Please work on these concepts, because these areas are on the rising trend. As Muslims, we have to be saying more words in these fields. And there was another example. It is not in Turkey. Vahid Invest, Roller Advisor, asset management company. So there are Robin Hoods, especially during this COVID period. $100 and $200 are used to be listed on the stock exchange. People follow the world and they're not excluded. It is not only in our country but all around the world. They can make investments. So we have to be following everything more closely. We have to catch up with the changes. Thanks to Sabahattin Zaim, Sabri Orman, thanks to all the professors contributing to the Islamic finance, new instruments in the sector, Islamic banks, we have come to that stage, and right now it is time to say new things to the world. And it is not only for Muslims. With the sustainability discussions, we have to also work for some other non-Muslims, some other people who work for the society, because they appreciate these concepts very much. Before the conclusion part, I want to say it. Maybe Mehmet can mention it as well. But Sabri Orman, I know his very beautiful sides, and I, thanks to this meeting, commemorate his soul once again. We are still remembering his name. He is an example to us. And in order to sustain his models, please, we need to remember him with his other futures. Not his economic achievements, but other futures as well. What are the contributions of Sabri Orman to the Islamic finance? It must be discussed by youngsters. I mean, we try to have a discussion about it. Around 20 people have come together to publish a book. Our professor has great contributions on the literature, and Necdet has mentioned it on the conventional side. Economists and financial professors, they also know the importance of his works. Unindebtedness, domination, relation. Maybe we can work on it, yes. David Graeber also
Halbuki
had the same
bu
discussion on his mind.
daha fazla yapılsa inşallah yani hoca çok daha uluslararası olarak da hem bilinebilecek bir insan. Zaten bilinen bir insan kendi alanında ama İslam iktisadının aslında Türkiye'den gelen çok ciddi katkıları var. Yani
can be nourished by contributions from Turkey, from the Ottoman history, times, Sabahattin Zaim, Sabri Orman, and other important professors. We have to study it more, and we have to talk it to other countries. If you want to make contribution to our book, you are all welcomed. And it was a very long speech. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Son kısımları size Sabri Orman Hoca'ya adadığınız için süre aşımını mazur görebiliriz.
Thank you very much.
Şimdi isterseniz
now, if you wish,
iki yorum var.
There are two comments.
İzleyicilerden gelen iki yorum.
Very briefly, I want to.
İsterseniz bunlarla doğrudan ya da dolaylı ilişkili konuşabilirsiniz. İsterseniz genel düşüncelerinizi son bir defa
talk about this comments.
Birer dakikayla bu oturumu kapatalım istiyorum.
And at the very end, I will give the floor to you to have the last round.
Biraz böyle İslam iktisadının felsefi içeriğine dokunan bir yorum. Bunu bir tevhid gibidir demiş. Bu şekilde görmek lazım.
It is like the tevhid actually. Without rejecting the current system, it is not possible to establish Islamic finance. So we are actually dependent on the conventional banking. If it wasn't happening in this way, in Turkish example, Islamic finance must be exceeding 5% because it has 40 years of history. And second of all, there is the case for the surplus money. I mean, it is because of the interests, and it should not make anyone victimized. The blockchain can be an opportunity.
There were short comments. Sayın Tarifullah, sizinle başlayalım. Bir dakika içinde kısaca son sözlerinizi alabilirsek eğer. Uzun oldu biliyorum. Bizimle kaldığınız için teşekkür ediyorum. Kanada'da sabah çok erken saatler biliyorum. Bizlerle birlikte olduğunuz için çok teşekkür ederim. Bize zaman ayırdığınız için çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Son sözleriniz var mı? Bir dakika içerisinde, eğer mümkünse ve varsa. Sizi duyamıyoruz profesör. Mikrofonunuzu açmanızı rica etsek. Teşekkürler. Sayın Babacan, benim için İstanbul Üniversitesi'nin İslam ve Ekonomi Sempozyumu düzenlemiş olması gerçekten çok önemli. Hayallerin ötesinde bir şey. Çünkü 10 sene önce bu hayal edilebilir bir durum bile değildi. Burada çok büyük fırsatlar mevcut önümüzde. Türkiye'ye ziyaretlerim olmuştu. Birkaç yıl önce bunlar mümkün değildi biliyorsunuz. Bu harika bir fırsat ve cesaret verici. Türkiye'nin İslam ve ekonomi konusunda ki bu yaptıkları gerçekten teşvik edici. Benim açımdan İslam ekonomi ve finansı ne yazık ki açgözlü kapitalist sistemin bir parçası olarak algılanıyor. Bizim bunu değiştirmemiz lazım. Rahman'ın şefkatine erişebilmek için İslami sistemin benimsenmesi lazım. Mudaraba, muşakkara, hisseler, paylaşım Finansal açısından. Paylaşım, şefkat demek aslında. Bir açıdan daha yaklaşmak istiyorum. Ortak sorumluluk. Ortak sorumluluk dediğimiz zaman ELKAF bu kar amacı gütmeyen bir kuruluş. Bir de İslam bankaları var, İslami bankalar var. Onlar tabii kar amacı güdüyorlar. Bunlar farklı yönlere gidiyorlar. Onların bir araya gelip birlikte çalışıp dengeyi sağlamaları lazım. Bunu şimdiye kadar başaramadık. Bu pandemi esnasında farklı yönlere gitmektense aynı yolda, ortak noktada buluşup aynı yöne gidilmesi faydalı olacaktır. Zaten ortak sorumluluk derken sunumumda da bunu kastetmiştim. Örnek olarak şöyle, mesela düşük bütçeli bir konut projesi var diyelim. Diğer sirküler ekonomide birlikte çalışmak faydalı olacaktır. EFKAF belki bu konuda finansman maliyetine katkıda bulunabilir ve birbirlerini dengeleyebilirler. Güçlü taraflarını dengeleyip birbirlerinden faydalanabilirler. Teşekkür ediyorum. Ve teknoloji gördüğünüz üzere hayatımızı kolaylaştırıyor. Teşekkür ediyorum efendim. Çok sağ olun. Davut hocama dönmek istiyorum. Final words, Davut Bey. Then I will adjourn the session. Tarikullah, Professor Dr. Tarikullah touched upon very important points. Savings part or gold under cushion gold part tell us that on the banking side, if there are no proper products and structures, people would have preferred that if there had been products, you know. On the open banking side, we need to be working on both systems simultaneously. And why are we 5 to 6% in the total picture and within the framework of this conference? I can say that this is about financial literacy and partially a certain group of society doesn't have an expectation and desire to organize their life accordingly. We worked on financial literacy, for example, and I think this is of great importance as well. Thank you very much. Okay. Hüseyin Bey, anything else? Thank you very much. I'm honored to be with valuable people. It's a great organization. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ahmet Bey. Sabri, Professor Sabri. I'm one of the recent students of him. We worked with him for 4 years in Istanbul Trade University, and then he started working in the central bank. And then in 2015, I started working in the central bank, so we worked together. I think I'm very lucky because he has great human values. He had great human values. He had great academic accumulations. And as stated by Ahmet Faruk, we do have more than 20-30 academicians. We are going to bring together the book. It's not about Sabri Hoca personally, but it will reflect the scientific accumulation of him, and young academicians will contribute to this project as well.
Ahmet Faruk Hocam bir cümleyle isterseniz
Ahmet
kapatalım.
Faruk
Beklentiler bu oturumu
Bey, could we
istiyorum.
please
Ben
have
sizi
one
bırakıyorum.
or two sentences?
Evet, Mehmet Hocam çok teşekkür ederim. Çok sağ olun.
Thank you very
Çok
much.
faydalandım. Gerçekten tüm hocalarımızla,
I
tarihçilerle,
have really
Mehmet
benefited
Hoca'ya,
from these speeches. Thank you very much, Professor Tarikullah, Professor Davut, Hüseyin Bey, and all the organizers of this symposium. Thank you very much. I hope that these matters that we discussed will be worked on further. But the blockchain, fintech, crowdfunding, robo-advisor, these matters are being discussed more and more, and we need to adjust ourselves to that trend, and we need to come up with a narrative in that regard. I would like to underline this fact once again because I consider them to be great opportunities because economy has become very inclusive and we have a word to say in the world, and we need to be using today's technology and instruments. Thank you very much. And thank you very much once again to the organizers. Mehmet Bey, thank you very much for being the chairman of the session. Thank you. Thank you once again. Tarikullah Kağan, Davut Bey, Hüseyin Bey, Ahmet Faruk Bey, thank you very much for being with us. And Istanbul University and İKDER, I hope that these symposiums will last. And many more academicians, many more researchers will join in the way. Thank you very much, and I would like to adjourn the session now. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we are going to have a break of 20 minutes. Then we will have our third session, of which title is the financial instruments on the basis of risk sharing. See you.
ekranları başında bizleri takip eden değerli katılımcılarımız,
Distinguished
paylaşımlara dayalı
participants,
finansal araçlar başlıklı
now
3.
we are
oturumumuza
going
hoş
to
geldiniz.
start our third
Oturumu
session.
yönetmek
I would
üzere
like to
sözü
welcome each and every
İstanbul
one of you.
Üniversitesi
Now
İktisat
I would
Fakültesi
like to leave
öğretim
the
üyesi
floor
ve aynı
to
zamanda
chair
İslam
the
İktisadi ve Finansal
session
Bilim Dalı Başkanı Sayın
to Professor
Dr.
Dr. Ömer Karaoğlu from Istanbul University. The floor is yours, sir. Thank you very much. I would like to take this opportunity to Istanbul Economists Association and also Istanbul University Islamic Finance Research Center and its valuable employees and academicians and professors.
Burada zikretmezsek olmaz. Burada da bizimle beraber olan sevgili Abdullah Durmuş hocamız. Yine programı izleyen, destekleyen, düzenleme
I would like to thank to the organizers, Davut Pehlivanlı, Muhammed Takam, Batuhan Bey, thank you very much. And also the chairman of IKTAR, thank you very much. Distinguished participants, in this third session, we are going to be talking about financial instruments on the basis of risk sharing. To be chairman of the session, you know, I will take advantage of me being the chairman of the session. I ask for your understanding. I would like to underline a couple of points. This session is going to be on investment and finance. And I would like to take this opportunity to remember Sabahattin Saim and Sabri Orman. They are the pioneers, so let's remember them. When we say sustainability and risk sharing, as you all know, within the real picture is about financial assets, but they also dominate the whole life of people. This is what we observe and what we experience. Within the world system, in the current situation, all of us suffer from this or that way. Therefore, in such a system where there are injustice, we can't neglect the real picture. As you all know, these issues are as old as the human history, but this has been even stronger in the last 2 centuries. The allegation to become an alternative to something means that you recognize that fact. The global system that we face, we need to criticize that. The sovereign language and concepts should be handled from Islamic perspective, and in the last 2 centuries, this broken trend is being shaped as the capital.
Orta Çağ'ındaki üretilmiş bir takım kavramların, tecrübelerin, tarihsel
some
bilginin
concepts,
aslında
some
Orta Çağ
historical
algısına ön verdiğini
accumulations
burada tespit etmek
have
lazım.
always
Hepimizin bildiği
had an
Orta
effect
Çağ
on
da
the
Akdeniz
world.
Avrupa'sında İtalyan şehirleri
In Mediterranean Europe,
ya da hala
for
dilimizde
example,
iktisat literatüründe,
it
finans
has great
literatüründe
effect.
risk gibi, tarife gibi
It's hard to hear,
kültürel
sorry
tarihi
for the
mirasın
listeners,
önemli
some issues, technical
yansımaları
issues,
olduğunu bir kere daha hatırlatmak
and we
gerekiyor.
can say that these are the reflections of the history.
Olarak hemen hatırıma gelmişken bunu paylaşarak sözü konuşmacılara devredeyim müsaadenizle. Risk dendiğinde aklımıza risk.
When we talk about risk concept comes to our mind. It's all about sharing the risk and risk.
Yani sıklıkla önceki oturumlarda da bazı
in the previous sessions, it was already mentioned that sharing is in the center. A person, a society, a world we would like to create where the sharing is at the core. And I hope that this session is going to serve for this purpose. Thank you very much. I would like to salute all the professors here, and without any further ado, for each speech we give 20 minutes, and if any time is left, we will be sharing Q&A with you. The first speech is going to be about a sukuk model. Professor Dr. Mehmet Saraç from Istanbul University and Esma Karabulut from Turkey Emlak Participatory Bank. Who is going to be making the presentation?
Evet. Şu anda sesim ve görüntümde problem yok değil mi?
So no problem with my voice, right?
Herkese merhabalar.
Hi everyone. First of all, I hope this symposium is going to be beneficial for everyone. And this is the 12th International Islam and Economy Symposium. And this is a different platform, as you can see, you know. We didn't foresee it last year, and this is a turning point. I hope that this is going to bring good things to all of us. We remember late Sabahattin Zaim, and in order to support the paradigm of him, we hope to give some support. Last year, we mentioned about a financial system as a whole and the steps to take, the points to touch. We mentioned about them last year. You will remember if you participated in the last year's symposium. The securities part of financing. This is the first part, and the second part, the instruments and mechanisms which are in line with Islamic finance. We need to aim at them and sensitive to social environment, natural environment. This is what we need to focus. And these are important parameters. This year, we are going to be focusing on a specific point of this big picture. Along with Esma Hanım, a very valuable expert of our sector, in this very field, we worked on the specific part of Islamic finance.
tespitle başlayalım. Daha doğrusu bunu konuştuk organizatör arkadaşlarla da. Yani ideal olan sunumu yapanın
The ideal thing
sunumda kullandığı
is
görsel
that
malzemeyi kendisi kontrol edebilmesidir.
the presenter should be controlling, should be able to control the visuals.
Kumanda edecektik. Şimdi her seferinde ben
You know,
burada
now
başlayalım, burada duralım ya da işte
I will need to direct the technical team to change the slide.
Temenni olarak en başta zikredelim.
This is our wish for the
Şimdi
future.
biz tabii sunuma başlayalım.
Let's proceed with the presentation.
Her seferinde bizden bunu bekliyor olacaklar arkadaşlar. Şimdi şöyle bir akışı var. Bu sunumumuzun içeriği baktığımız zaman
This
en
is
başta
the
bir kavramsal olarak
content of our presentation.
ele alacağız.
We will give you conceptual information, and then we will give you the facts, what happened, what's happening, and what is expected to happen. So we will be seeing the facts, and then we will be talking about conceptual principle matters. And towards the end, the applicability, doability of these matters in Turkey, the challenges, the obstacles, the solution proposals. Okay.
Şimdi öncelikle dedim ya ben
First of all,
sunumlarda, konularda olabildiğince bir temele referans,
in my presentation, I'm trying to make reference to some fundamental concepts.
Konsept bu şu anda icra ettiğimiz Symposium İslam Ekonomisi. O halde temelde biz İslam iktisadı konuşurken
at the basis of everything, the benefit concept of the economy, and we need to make some reference to that. In conventional economy is the benefit, you know, it's all tangible, it's all material, and it's limited to the lifespan of the human being, profit maximization and individual satisfaction. And after big catastrophes, humanity started to come to understand that this should be more than individual and personal satisfaction, and the idealized target is not the personal benefit only, then stakeholders' benefits should be observed as well, protection of the environment, and just distribution of the welfare, and this approach in which all the right holders, all the stakeholders' rights are protected should be the main target. When we say Islamic economy, in today's world, human being is in the seek of a system in which all people's rights are being distributed, given the risk, the benefit, everything is being shared. Therefore, Islamic finance started in 1950s, 1960s, and we saw the models based on the partnership in the past. This is the recent history of Islamic finance after 70s, after the enrichment of the Gulf countries. Dependency on the interest issue arose, and this dependency on interest is resulting from the models used. The models based on the partnership, this is the first model. They need to be sensitive to the environment and social governance, and they should be in line with the sustainable development. As a result, altogether, as you all know, United Nations programmed and planned altogether in January, I guess, there's going to be a sustainability conference. This concept, which is underlined, is important, and how can we achieve it? With which instruments can we achieve it? In legal environment, in financial environment, what can we do in that regard? And we are trying to find answers to those questions. Here, in financing, securities and capital markets, we attach great importance to them. Securities, why? Financing and investment, it should be spread to the base. It's more dynamic and liquidity can be used more comfortably. This is what we are trying to focus on this study.
Şimdi çok hızlı bir şekilde bugün dediğim gibi dünyanın işte artık özellikle çevre
As I stated earlier, after environmental catastrophes, the world understood the importance of the environment. Financing, which is sensitive to the environment, created a new concept which is called as green bond. Therefore, these products are sensitive to the environment, and the returns on those bonds should be used in a sensitive manner to the environment. In 2000, these environmental policies were adopted, and not only financial adequacy of the institutions, but also to which fields they are making investments, they are financing. These perspectives are being taken into consideration as well. This green bond concept was created. The issue of these bonds, the number of issue of these bonds increased a lot. It reached up to $271 billion volume in 2019, and after COVID-19 till 2030, it's aiming at decreasing the greenhouse gases. And in the EU, 225 billion euro is euro value. Green bond is being planned to be issued. In the sensitivity to the environment, environmental protection, these have been reflected on the finance. This is the data as to the green bond. These are the numbers. You can see the speed. In 2019, it reached its peak. In 2020, as you can understand, because of the COVID-19, all the economies slowed down, and financial markets pushed the brake as well. That's why there is a decrease, substantial decrease in 2020. But apart from that, it's growing very fast. From now on, we are going to be talking about green sukuk.
Aslında belki şu aklımıza gelebilir öncelikle.
First of all,
aslında bizim için
the
önemli,
West
değerli olan
again
bir şeyi keşfetti, peşine düştü, gerçekleştirmeye
discovered
başladı.
something which is
Bir marka
important
olarak
to
bir şey
us.
ortaya çıkardı. Fakat
They came up
biz
with a
İslami
brand.
finans tarafında,
However, on the
buna
Islamic
ön ayak olmamız
finance
gerekirken,
side,
yine Batı'da bu kavram ve uygulama ortaya çıktıktan
we
sonra
needed to
yine
be
bunun peşine
a
takılarak,
pioneer, but we
bunun
couldn't
bir
do
muadil
that.
bir karşılığını bulduk.
We found
Bu
an
doğru mudur,
equivalence
sağlıklı mıdır?
to that.
Çok eleştirdik.
which was found in the West. Is it healthy? No, this is something that we criticize, not only in the financial field, but also in technology, medical, etc. The initiative should be taken by the societies that do have the values of ours. That's our wish. Of course, this is a huge matter. But what I'm trying to say is that in this approach, we do have green sukuk, which is representing being sensitive to the environment, and of course we need to apply what the West does in order to protect the environment.
Burada çok hızlıca projesine temas ediyoruz. Tabii o 2000'lerin başında başlayan
at the beginning of 2000, along with the Green Bond, after 10 years, this Green Sukuk started in Malaysia, and then Indonesia. When we look at the issue of green sukuk in Turkey, it's less, but when we compare it with the volumes of the bonds, there is a huge difference.
Çok daha genel anlamda küresel finansal sistemin hala işte %2-3
it's equal to 2 to 3% of the whole financial system, and it's of course reflected to green sukuk as well. Green sukuk issue $3.5 billion. In 2020 June, in global markets, green sukuk volume is $6.1 billion. There is a serious volume in Indonesia, and Islamic Development Bank in 2019 data is the volume is €1 billion.
Şimdi ben biraz en baştan vurguladım aslında. Bu yeşil kategorisi derken
green category.
Yani onlar yeşil, hadi biz de yeşil sukuk diyelim dememize gerek yok.
They called them green, and let's call it green. We just wanted to underline the fact that Islamic finance should be sensitive to the environment as a whole. This is a requirement. We need to be sensitive to our environment. It's within our beliefs and principles.
Burada da hacet yok elbette.
I'm not going to go into detail, but ownership is a financial concept.
Bizim İslam'daki mülk kavramında
the ownership in conventional economy and the ownership in Islamic finance is different, but the assets that we own, they are given to us for a temporarily. So we need to underline it.
İşte bugün baktığımız zaman işte finans, güncel finans anlatılırken burada yapılması gereken bu üç temel alan, yani etik finans, sürdürülebilir
current finance, the ethical finance, sustainable capital markets, and social responsibility. And at the intersection, we see green sukuk, and Islamic finance should be the pioneer of that.
Burada yeşil sukukun aynı zamanda biz inancımızın gereği bir vecibe olduğunu
this
biliyoruz.
This is a requirement of our belief, And we know that the world is knowledgeable about it for the sustainability, but systematically in their advantages in the market.
Evet, deyim yerindeyse marjinal bir alan değil. Pekala
this is not a marginal field.
Rol belirleyen, rolünü kendi tayin yani düzen belirleyen
it is efficient, and in order to become a dominant element, it has great advantage. If we are talking about green bond, but green sukuk has a base of Islamic investors and conventional investors. This is not here. We are not talking about a niche. This is about the paradigm, and it's going to increase the brand value of Islamic finance. Last but not least, as you can see here in green bond and green sukuk, it's not limited to saying that I financed a green project. In order to be categorized as green sukuk, you need to undergo many audits, you need to get a certificate, and you can't issue an Islamic financial instrument without any audition and any certificate. And here I'm talking about the council.
So after these mechanisms,
Çünkü bu çevreye duyarlı bir ürün, bir girişim, bir araç olabilmesi için de bir denetim mekanizmasından geçmesi
we also need an audit mechanism for it. And it is going to increase the trust to the financial institutions on the Islam. So, yes, it is audited, and it is something which is very much Islamic, which is very much robust. So here, very fast, you can see the majority of the participants, I'm sure, are knowledgeable about sukuk based on partnership. We know that sukuk represents partnership. It is an instrument representing a partnership, but today there is the conventional finance dependency. Because of that, theft-based finance is preferred. It is not only about bond, but it is of course about partnership, and it is very similar to the shares as well. But the partnership must be emphasized because of the fiqhi methods. Mudarabe and mushareke sukuks are chosen. This is the most commonly used sukuks, and they must be securitized. So the thing that we call as sukuk is actually an example of securitization, and mudarebe and mushareke have some other sub-types as well. And we need to remember one thing. This is having some additional details in our text. So mudarebe and mushareke contracts have some more details, but of course we are not going to have that today because we don't have too much time. But here, very briefly and very fast, this is the sukuk based on partnership, but you can actually remember it, and it represents our partnership. And sukuk based on the partnership, if you are on the conventional side, if you want to participate it as a partner, you invest on the shares, not the bonds. But the sukuk based on partnership, here you have to be different from securities and shares, and the main difference of the shares is that shares are the process of taking part in the whole assets, but sukuk includes a certain period of time partnership. So as you all know, as there are some detailed types of mudaraba, the capital here, and musharaka, and also there is the hybrid sukuk, and this is emerging as a need, and later on our speakers will give you more details, but hybrid sukuk is a need and it provides some practical solutions. And investments, like in the eco-friendly investments, will take some time for the return of the investment, but in that period of time we have to meet expectations. So in the short term we have to have some other types of sukuks. We have to modify the process so that there is not going to be any interruption on the cash flow. Yes, we have talked about ideals and we will be talking about ideal situations in the future as well. Especially last year in the symposium we said that in Turkey Islamic finance can be implemented in its real sense, but there are some things that to be changed on the regulation side. There are some blockages before it on the society and on the law, and we have made some diagnosis about it, and we have to consider environment and we have to adopt the partnership model, and maybe we can export these instruments. So, but what are the challenges in front of us? So I try to summarize them in 8 different articles. So all in all, the profile of the investors in Turkey. It is the same on the deposit side, and also when you look at the securities, they are not exceeding 90 days mainly. Bonds and sukuks, this is the first thing. So the appetite for the investment is short term, and there is the shallow market for the second-hand sukuk. We have solutions here, but in order not to consume the time here very fast, I am not going to give you the recommendations. If it is needed on the questions and answer part, we can touch upon them. Maybe in the short term, for instance, let's say there are some regulations, and that regulation can be amended, for instance, and the profile of the people. This is important. You said that the appetite of the investors is for short term and it can be changed. And sukuk generally happens in the long-term investments. So in Turkey, inflation is the biggest problem, and we should never victimize the investors, and they should not be put in the bad position. And we have to eliminate some risks coming from inflation so that our investors will not be in bad positions. And there will be a demand, but the biggest pillar behind the demand is related to the second-hand sukuk. Market makers should be on the market, actually. They should operate the market in that way. So the second-hand sukuk market should be broader, and Islamic finance awareness must be facilitated because they will take some time. Yes. Because of these reasons, in this kind of symposiums, maybe we just prescribe these solutions, but the implementation area must be really designed based on the prescription here, and the areas must be activated with these operative steps. Okay, now after that, slowly but surely, we will come to our concrete models. Okay, now all these models, ESMA,
anlatacak.
Esma can talk about these models in details. Yes, Esma, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for this very valuable presentation.
Esma Hanım.
Esma.
Sesiniz geliyor. Benim sesim
Yes, we can hear you, but do you hear my voice? Yes, we can all hear you. Okay.
Aslında evliliğimizin ortalama 20 dakika süresini açtık.
Actually, we have already exceeded 20 minutes. You have to be faster. I'm sorry, but you have to be faster in order not to have the time limitation, time problem. Please be more sensitive. Okay. I want to wrap it up with its general frames. In our abstract, you will see that many detailed information will be available about sukuk. As Mehmet has stated, green sukuk is getting more and more chosen. And we are the implementers of sukuk on the practice, and partnership-based sukuk models must be developed in Turkey. This is what we want. This is our wish. There must be some incentives on the tax side as well. And supply and demand must be boosted. If I am to give you an example, especially COVID-19 has a tremendous economic damage over the countries. Many countries had to convert their environment policies into a greener frame. European Union can be an example to that. Our professor has mentioned it. European Union countries, this pandemic has had a tremendous effect over the countries, as you all know. European Union countries agreed upon a green contract, and $750 billion of million euros of recovery package was created, and majority of it was on the green investments. So, and a very comprehensive text was published for the enhancement of this market. It doesn't support the supply part, but also it does trigger the financial institutions who can demand these instruments. For instance, a lot of fund organization management companies said that after the pandemic, fund management internal charters will be greener. They will be managed in a greener, environment-friendly policies, and their bonds will be greener, they said. These developments are very important because for Turkey, if we want to reach these funds, if we want to have an access to these funds, in Turkey, green sukuk export based on partnership must be opened, and new ways must be paved for us. We have to take very important actions and measures. Very fast I'll be moving with my presentation, and you can see full mushareke model. There is the X company for electrical generation, and it has many renewable projects, energy projects, over 37 years of experience. And this company has also an affiliated company, Green Asset Leasing Company. So energy produced is distributed with the distribution company, and that distribution company has a project for wind electrical power plant project worth for 500 million TL. They will provide 100 million as the equity, and 400 million is going to be issued from external sources. and they are going to have the SKUK, and the SKUK provider is Green Asset Leasing Company. There must be some contracts between these two companies, and this is our presumption in this contract under signing process. Feasibility reports of the power plant project must be finalized, and it must be evaluated by an independent audit company. And we also want this thing. We want to sell the funds as well. This project should have a rating. There must be a rating from a rating institution. And the amount coming from SKUK export, SKUK issue, can be used on the installment of the wind electrical power plant project. So what about the income gained from the SKUK? Distribution amount of the electricity. So let's say if it is 60 as the profit sharing rate, out of the 60 there is going to be a share. Actually, it is going to be divided into two. And in the first year, because this is an investment period, in this period there is not going to be a profit share payment, and at the end of the first year, electrical distribution income will be shared with the investors in each quarter. And also the institution here should not damage. If there comes any damages on the investor side, voluntarily or involuntarily, we need a guarantee of letter from the Green Asset Leasing Company. We need that letter of guarantee. If there comes any damages, they are going to be compensated by monetizing this letter of guarantee. And electrical distribution asset is going to be paid to the green company, and there is a contract in between them. And effect reporting, it is important, but what is it? We need to know it. So 45% of the green bonds are from European countries. When you issue a green sukuk, the income from it must be used on sustainable energy or environmental projects or wastewater treatment projects. And investors need to know the quantitative and qualitative effects of the investments on the environment. All the tangible, the solid concrete effects must be seen. So once in 6 months, these effective reports must be created, and they must be established to each party in a transparent way, so that they can follow the effects of their projects over the environment. There is a call option here, and this production company, here there is the full mushareka model, and in this model we tell the production company in each 5 years shares of the green asset company, all of it or else part of it, can be called back. This is your right. You can do it. If they receive the required and necessary source, if they say I can cope it just by myself, then they can buy the shares from the partnership side, and they can sustain it. Okay, I'm sorry, Esma, I don't want to interrupt it, but Mehmet, I want to say it as well. I mean, we have already exited our time, approximately 15 minutes. We don't want to put you in a very difficult position, but I have this recommendation. So, if our other speakers are going to approve it, please try to wrap everything up in just 2 minutes. Maybe we can show the other models very fast so that you can see the differences. Esma, it's going to be great. So within 2 minutes, I will try to wrap it up. We can pass the slide. And this is another model. Again, decreasing partnership-based green sukuk model. There is 10 years of maturity, and in each 6 months, shares are bought by the green asset leasing, and at the very end of the project, they will be the sole owner of the project. That's it. I think we can skip these slides, okay? And this is the other model. This is the green sukuk model based on partnership and ownership. This model has this difference from the other models. This is like a hybrid model actually. In the first year of the business, everything has been passed with investment, and you are not going to have any flow of income or revenue. But with this project, you tell them in the no return period of the project, there is the real estate which is at the balance asset side. You can issue a bond, and on the first year there is going to be a tenant. So here, on the first year, you do not generate a revenue, but with the rental and leasing income, you can try to produce more assets for your partners. This is all, and these articles will be published soon. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll try to give you different options, but thank you so much, and the details will be shared with our participants on the oral presentation side. And at the end, if you have questions, we will receive the questions. For the second presentation, I want to invite our next speaker. I'll give the floor to Abdullah Durmuş from Istanbul University. The floor is yours. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you so much. All the speakers and participants, I'd like to salute you with my respect, and I want to commemorate late Sabri Orman and Sabahattin Zaim's soul. I want to talk about the use of mutual funds on the basis of risk sharing and legal fiqh analysis. Basically, when you look at the current situation, investment is very different in terms of their operations. So based on risk sharing, investment funds must be designed with slight changes. This is my recommendation, so I just want to give you the summary in advance. So basically, Islamic finance and economy have many instruments that are implemented all around the world and in Turkey, like tekafül insurance, participation insurance, and some instruments on the capital markets. And Mehmet has mentioned sukuk and sukuk type processes, and some other instruments are used in the investments. But in the current situation in Turkey and in other countries, Islamic finance and Islamic financial institutions and their share out of the whole economy, I believe that we need to develop it further. This is a must. So, along with new instruments, Islamic finance must be developed. It is not limited. It should not be limited to participation banking or participation finance institutions. So, in this respect, Islam finance or Islam law Islamic law should be used for their akit contract types, and also there are some systems on the market. If they are not very much deviated from them, from the basis, with slight changes, they could be implemented in the Islamic finance system. And investment funds and investments partnership can be listed here. That's why I'd like to touch upon it. So what is the investment fund here? Most of the listeners here know it very well, but in order to repeat it, I want to repeat it. Actually, this is a collective investment type, and it happens thanks to the partnership and involvement of more than one person. In the investment fund, people are given participation certificates, and a certain amount of money is collected in return. And here, through a portfolio company, through an intermediary company, funds are used in the principle of distribution of the risks and the losses and the profits. So why do we need such a thing? Because many investors, in order to make investments, are not knowledgeable about professional information to make investment on the market, and many companies cannot follow everything at the same time, and they have to make investments when it is needed, and they don't have the opportunity to enter into the market when things are profitable. So when they're on the investment fund, people actually leave everything to the professionals in return of certain money.
Geçebiliriz. Evet arkadaşlar, geçebiliriz. Yatırım fonlarının türlerine baktığımız zaman
types of investment funds. First of all, it depends on the shareholder. The first one is the open-end and closed-end investment funds. When the fund is being established, is it possible to re-enter the fund or not? The second one is being made on profit distribution. And the third one, A-type, B-type funds. And liquid fund and non-liquid funds, and depending on the portfolio structure, equities, bonds, capital market, and mixed funds. We can see these types of investment funds. In the basket, if there's only gold, and if they're being transactioned at the stock exchange, it becomes gold investment fund. Who can establish investment fund? Not everyone can do that. The banks, the intermediary institutions, and insurance companies can be uttered as the example institutions who can set up investment fund. And in the investment fund, there are parties, the founder, authorized portfolio manager, the investors, and Takas Bank. These are the parties of the investment funds.
Sunumlar ilerlemiyor ama ilerletebilir miyiz arkadaşlar? Yatırım fonlarında fon paylarının ikinci elde tedavül
and the fund shares at the second hand. Fund shares like the stock exchange, they can be sold at the second hand, and investors become at ease in that regard. When they need liquid, they can use that money, they can sell it to someone within or outside the funding. They can get out of the system. What are the advantages of the investment fund? It's easy to make the transaction, low buy and sell ratios. Instead of having big margin of buying and selling, low margin, like the FX, gold or stock exchange, they do have that ability. It's easy to keep risk distribution. It's easy to store. How do we distribute the risk? Investment fund, while it's evaluating it, it's not investing only in one instrument. If they're doing it on stock exchange, they do it on different sectors. They don't put the same, they don't put all the eggs within the same basket. They diversify the investment in order to distribute the risk. And it's agile. You can act very fast because the professionals follow them when need be. Stop loss can be made. It's possible to get out of the system or the investment. And when it's being done by the individuals, they are not able to do stop loss by accepting the loss, and then the loss becomes even bigger. Okay, the fıkhi evaluation of these investment funds, according to risk sharing, how can we create them? In the current situation, the relationship between the sides, the investors and also investment funds, two parties. Investment fund managers establish a fund, and the money collected within this fund is being invested on their behalf, and they manage the fund. Therefore, as long as they don't abuse it or there's no ill intention, the fact that there is a loss in the amount, they are not being charged responsible. Therefore, in the current situation, investment funds are not that attractive for people. Personal pension fund, for example, can function as an investment fund, but there isn't huge demand on them. Because investment funds cannot offer attractive profit to people. We do have economists here. In many situations, the profits are even less than the inflation. Therefore, they are not attractive to the people.
Yapalım arkadaşlar.
Hocam
geri alalım.
Slaytlar benim bulunduğum yerde değil. Biraz daha ileriye gitti şu anda.
Evet.
Biraz geri alabilir miyim? Evet, ben bir iki defa söyledim ama yani tam senkronize olamadık.
We are not synchronized with the slides.
Bir daha geriye gelebilir miyiz arkadaşlar? Evet. Bende slide geri gelmedi. Bir daha gelebilir misiniz? Ha. Tamam, buradan devam edeceğiz. Ben o zaman geçileceği zaman söyleyeyim. Yatırım fonunun kurucusu bazı durumlarda
The founder of the investment fund
bir başka şirkete,
sometimes
yani bir şirketine
can delegate the management of the fund to another company.
Geçmeyelim, orada duralım biraz. Az öncekinde duralım. Evet, bir sonraki, pardon. Bir sonraki.
Evet, senkronda sorun var.
Evet, biraz da geç mi çalışıyor sunum?
Bir önceki slayda gidelim.
Bir öncekine gidelim. Ha, burada duralım, geç deyince geçelim. Yine değişti. Evet. Vakit kaybı olmasın, ben devam edeyim isterseniz. Başka portföy yöneticisine devrettiğim
They can delegate it to other portfolio manager, and this becomes
fon kurucusu
a different relation. The founder is giving it to sub-delegate in some situations. But of course there are fees that they take, and they do have some commissions out of that.
Geçelim. Şimdi tam da burada yatırım fonlarını bu şekilde bütün kar ve zarar riskini
the profit and loss risk
yatırım fonu kurucusuyla sunumu ilerletebilirsiniz arkadaşlar. Yatırım fonu kurucusu ile yatırımcılar arasında paylaşmayı esas alan bir sisteme burada
is to be shared between the investor and the founder of the investment. The relationship type should be changed, you know. This is the purpose of this system with mudarebe or müşareke contract. The founder of the investment can take responsibility of the profit and the loss. The responsibility can be shared between the investor and the founder of the investment fund.
Yok, geriye. Geriye. Evet. Yani dinleyiciler açısından biraz sıkıntı oluyor aslında. Ben kendi sistemim burada hazır ama dinleyiciler görüntüyle ses uyuşması olmuyor.
Şu anda taraflar arası ilişki mudaraba ve müşareke yöntemleri görünüyor.
Here we see mudaraba and müşareke methods.
Anladım. Tamam, o zaman buradan devam edeyim. Yatırım fonlarında taraflar arasındaki ilişki vekaleti olduğu zaman
this relationship
sadece
between the parties
hiçbir
is
şekilde
changing. The manager, investment manager, is not participating in the loss, and they get the share and the fee or the commission, you know. No matter how much the profit or the loss is, they do get their relative commission. Therefore, investment funds are not performing efficiently, and investment funds and personal pension funds are not contributing enough to the financial system of this country, in spite of the fact that some part has become compulsory for the personal pension fund. What is important here, you know, investment funds, you know, Mudarabe Act can be signed between the investors and the investment fund managers, they can be the mudarib, and if there is any profit, they can take their share of the profit, and then they can manage and operate their funds in a more efficient manner, or mushareke partnership. Both parties put capital on the system, and the founders of the investment funds, if they're involved within the system with their own capital, then the sharing will be made at the end, be it profit. The founders of the fund and the investors will be a part of the profit and the loss within this system, so they will be sharing the risk, also the return.
Evet, geçelim. Mevcut durumda yatırım fonlarında
in the current situation,
sermayenin garanti edilmesi ve geri alım taahhüdü
guaranteeing the capital and take back commitment.
Eğer yatırım fonlarında
if in the investment funds, if there is mudarebe, müşareke,
herhangi biri seçilirse,
if you choose any of them, there is no capital guarantee.
Yatırımcılara herhangi bir şekilde ana para garantisi verme,
they can't guarantee the capital, or they can't guarantee the profit, because all of these contracts, in each of them, capital owner, mudarib, musharib, and deputy, they do have the capital.
Yani tazmin etmeksizin, tazmin hükümlerine tabi olmaksızın işletmek durumunda. Sadece tazmin edebileceği istisnai haller var. Bunlar da kasıtlı zarar
can't guarantee the capital. If there's any failure or neglect or some other issues, only then the situation can change. And the take back commitment of the participation documents with the market price or nominal price. If there is a commitment of taking it back at the market price, there isn't going to be any problem. But with a nominal price, the founder does have a commitment of taking them back, then it's going to affect the capital and the profit. It's going to be guaranteed then, so it has nothing to do with the mudarebe, mushareke or deputy. So this is important. We need to be careful about that.
Geçmedi ama yatırım araçları açısından baktığımız zaman
in terms of investment instruments, what matters here is that fund manager, how does he evaluate the portfolio? There are different instruments like securities, gold, bonds, sukuk, etc. Therefore, the legitimacy of the investment fund is guaranteed by the content of the fund. If there's bond with, with interest, then it's not jais, it's not proper to Islam. There might be a stock exchange, but there should be some criteria. The field of activity should be specific, and they need to be avoiding haram and interest, but there are some details in that regard. If there is gold and FX within the portfolio, fiqh is sensitive to that, because gold and FX they are being handled differently. It's called as sarf akdi, usage contract, and it needs to be in cash. Therefore, among the instruments of the investment fund, derivative products or forex, leveraged forex products, it's not proper from the fıkıh perspective.
Sunum değişti mi arkadaşlar? Değişti hocam. Size bir negatif veri geliyor. O nedenle gecikti ve şey yok, sorun yok. Sonuç bölümü. Ben de biraz tamam. Tamam. Sonuca geldik.
Okay. Conclusion, as a result, we can say that investment funds are proper to fıkıh generally as long as the conditions are being respected. With the current situation of the investment funds, they are not based on risk sharing. It's not affecting its properness to fıkh, but it's not on risk sharing. This symposium is all about developing risk sharing products and instruments, and it is more attractive from Islamic perspective. At least some part of investment funds should be based on müşareke and mudarebe, and it's of great importance for the development of the investment funds in Turkey and developing the savings and preventing current account deficit. Such problems might be lessened by this approach. And of course, within the portfolio, there should be interest-free products or the stock exchange of or the shares of non-halal companies. We know those conditions already. I think you're done, right? Thank you very much.
Teşekkür ediyoruz. Çok sağ olun.
Thank you.
Şimdi vakit kaybetmeden üçüncü tebliğe geçelim.
Now we will proceed with the third presentation. Alternative product proposal to conventional financing, supplier financing. This is the final presentation of this session. Murat Alabacak and Okan Acar. The floor is yours. Who is going to make the presentation?
Şöyle yapacağız. Ben bir giriş yapacağım hocam.
I will make an introduction. Then Murat Bey will continue.
Teşekkür ederiz.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank you for giving us this opportunity to address you. My deep respects to you all. Esma Hanım, Abdullah Bey. Hi.
Murat Bey'le de bir süre birlikte çalıştık.
We worked together for a certain period of time with Murat Bey. We worked on this product together, but he does have more technical information on this product. That's why he's going to make the presentation. Supplier financing product is already there out in the market, but here we are presenting participatory bank supplier financing product. We will be talking about its difference, like factoring institutions. How are we differentiated from traditional institutions? I hope those who listen, and for the SMEs, I hope that we will be offering good solutions. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. We have listened to very valuable information, and I want to thank all the participants once again. Actually, I have designed everything beforehand, but Murat has mentioned them already, and we don't have too much time. And I really want to pass this part, really.
Bir sonraki bizim bu oturumumuzda geleneksel finansmana alternatif bir ürün önerisi katıl bankacı tedarik finansmanından sunacağız inşallah.
I'll be talking about the traditional finance alternatives. Can we start with the first slide? Here, World Trade Organization published a report. According to that report, between 2000 and 2021, in the world trade volume, certain developments have been shown. Along with the pandemic effect in 2021, compared to 2019 and 2016, our volume are going to be even lower, and this is how they forecast. Okay, we can proceed with the next slide.
Yine Dünya Ticaret Örgütü'nün
World Trade Organization shows us here the export and import change on the regions, and there are two different groups here, and you can see some of the forecasts. So here, please pay your attention to European region. As you can see here, that orange area, this is the forecast of the World Trade Organization. It is going to be affected the most, especially compared to other areas. North America and Asia, Europe is going to be the affected countries, place. So because of the export and import market, Turkey will be directly and indirectly affected by these changes happening in Europe. As we all know, during crisis periods, export and import are changing, and access to finance has become more important. Like we mentioned it in the first slide, operations, because of these situations, have to prioritize financing products for the suppliers. But here there is the buyer, the supplier product, and in the middle there is the financing institutions. It has three pillars: buyers, sellers, and the financing institutions. So what does it give to us? Suppliers, thanks to this product, they can give the in cash collection opportunity, in advance collection opportunity, but on the buyer side, they can have the flexibility in terms of the due and the maturity that they can work with the suppliers. And there is the financing institution in the middle. With their instruments, they can make the usage of the secured bonded credits. These are the reasons for the financing. It provides operation expense optimization. It has 42% in the reasons pot, and this is from the PricewaterhouseCoopers research. Rather than paying in cash, they make their payments in installations in certain terms. They can make the optimization better, and they can also optimize their OPEX. And for the seller side, yes, with the goods, they generally make the sales in dues, in it is like the deferred forward sales. Thanks to these products, there is the in-cash collection and advance collection opportunity. Relations are also enhanced, and supply chain stability is provided. So with this stability, the chain is not disrupted and commerce is continuous. So suppliers' finance products are meeting a very important need here. We can proceed with the next slide. So How does this
6 aşamadan oluşmaktadır.
product work
Tedarik
globally? There are 6
süreci ve
stages.
finansal kurumun olduğu bu
There is the
süreçte
order
alıcılar
and the
tedarik
entry of the
süreciyle
invoice,
sipariş talebini
and
beklerler.
there is also the approval of the
Siparişi alıp
buyer,
ürettikten sonra
and
alıcılara teslim
there is
edip ödemesini
discount.
yaparlar.
After that, finance
İkinci aşamada, üçüncü aşamada
is
ise
paid,
alıcı teyidini
and in the
finansal
last
kuruma
part,
verir.
the invoice is collected. This is how it flows. So order is given, and entry of the invoice, and approval, and the discount agreement is made. Again, in the 5th one, financial institution makes the payment to the supplier, and in the last part, in the last pillar,
Finansal kuruma fatura tahsilatı gerçekleştirilir.
invoice collection is made.
Somutlaştırmak isterseniz
So if I am to make it more concrete, we can think of it as like that. So there is 100,000 liras of commerce with 90 days of day. Rather than waiting for 90 days for payment, thanks to this suppliers financing instrument, buyers within 90 days make the payment, but suppliers, based on the conditions of the finances of the day, can have the payment there. So we can proceed with the next slide.
Tedarik finansmanını ülkemizde ve dünyada en çok kullanılan
Suppliers finance is mainly used in the factoring sector in our country and in other countries in the world.
rapora göre
According to a report published in 2009, on the left upper part, you can see the development of the factoring sector. Each and every year there is 9% of a growth.
gelişiminde ise
And in Turkey's development, we can see annual growth is
ortalama büyüme gerçekleşiyor.
21%.
Sonraki slayta geçebiliriz.
And next slide, yes.
Peki geleneksel finansman
Well,
ile
about the general
karşılaştırmasını incelediğimizde
traditional financing and also supplier finance instruments, what we can say in the comparison. We can see the traditional one on the upper side, so OEMs, original equipment manufacturers, and on the right side there is the SMEs, so there are smaller companies. And here, by the buyers, there is an order with 60 days of due. SMEs have to wait for 60 days, and this is the effect over the SMEs, which is 6% of the cost. And OEMs can have the 3% financing expenditure, because OEMs are big companies and SMEs are smaller companies. That's why they cannot produce guarantees. And if it is made with a supplier's financing instrument, again, in between the OEMs and SMEs, there is factorings. The due date is again 60 days. This is the same commercial activity. So without waiting it, there is the discount that payment. Well, what is the advantage of factoring and SMEs and OEMs here? For SMEs, they can have the early collection opportunity, and for the buyers, again, they can work with more flexible periods, and their balance sheet can also be much more advantageous, because normally on the traditional side all the credits are on the loans are on the banks, but with the suppliers instrument they are much more credible, because they are on the commerce side, not the bank side, and their bank credits or bank loan limits are not filled, are not completed. And next slide, please.
Katılım bankacılığı tedarik finansmanı ürün önerimiz geldiğinde ise ihtiyacın nedenleri nasıl ortaya çıktı?
And what are the reasons for this need?
Hassasiyetine sahip yüksek nüfuslu ülkelerin uluslararası ticarete daha fazla yer almaya başlamaları.
Higher population countries that have Islamic sensitivity started to have more share in the international commerce, and also there is an increasing interest over participation banking products, and there is a new way for alternative ways for participation banking. What is the difference between the participation banking and suppliers financing? So you have to take part at the first place for giving suppliers finance. I mean, and there's also sharing obligation for the bank. Order must be shared with the participation bank, and there must be also some deputation, some power of attorney, some proxy must be given to the sellers, and it provides the collection opportunity before the due, and there could be some assignments and transfer over the buyer side. So for the assignment side, there are two different products, and one of them is the approved participation, the other one is non-approved participation banking financing. So if I'm to speak about this process, here there are 8 different processes, and first and foremost, in the first flow you can see there is this order from buyer to the supplier, and in the second flow, supplier informs the participation bank. This is obligatory, and if it is approved, then bank talks to the supplier on behalf of this banking. It is produced, and on the name of participation bank, it must be sold to this buyer. On the fourth flow, product is delivered to the buyer, and on the fifth one, everything, the invoice, etc., is entered into the bank system, and on the sixth one, everything is controlled. On the seventh one, supplier's payment is made, and on the eighth one, participation bank makes its collection from the buyer, and everything is finalized in this way. Okay, so advantages and disadvantages. For the approved side, what are the pluses and cons? The credit limit, because this product provides a guarantee by itself, banks can open more loan and credit limits. They can be more positive. And for the assignments over the buyers, it can be an advantage. And sometimes it can be disadvantage, because certain banks are refraining from providing these approvals. Yes, for the banks it can be sometimes disadvantages. And this is digital product from end to end. It is a total digital product, and it is used by our customer. There must be customers. This is obligatory. Sometimes it is advantages for the banks, but from now and then some users are again refraining from being involved in the system, and this is disadvantages for us. For the non-approved one, as I mentioned, there are two disadvantages. There is the guarantee for buyers, and there is the obligation of customers. And in this one, there is no assignments for the buyers, and customers are not necessarily obligatory in the system. Here, this is how it works. First and foremost, order is given to the supplier, and the information of the order is informed to the participation bank. Then proxy is given to the bank, and the approval for the production and the order is given. It is delivered to the buyer. Then information must be entered into the participation bank system. On the sixth step, everything is controlled by the bank, and on the seventh one, in its own desired maturity, payments are made, and then the collection is finalized. Next slide, please.
Tesis tedarikçi finansmanı, yani tesis
So in this one,
tedarikçi finansmanının avantajları ve dezavantajlarını
there are some advantages and disadvantages as well. There is no assignments on the buyers.
Katılım bankası açısından bir dezavantaj olmakla birlikte
there is no due or receivable assignments here. Sometimes it can be advantageous, but there comes this advantage as well, because as you all know, SMEs have some difficulties in producing guarantees in the credit or loan usage, and guarantee types can be very challenging for the banks, for the institutions here, and the buyers don't have to be the bank's customers necessarily. Their credibility is not easy to be evaluated very easily. And in the next slide, we can continue. So, all in all, I can tell you that this supplier's financing instrument on the participation banking, like in other factoring and banks, can eliminate the risk of the receivable collection risk, and also it provides the sustainability and continuity of the trade. And from end to end, it is a digital solution. It is presented to our customers, and it meets the needs of the customers and the participation banks principles. I want to thank everyone for their approach and patience. Thank you very much. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you. You have been very fast. I'm sure it has been very beneficial for everyone. Thank you very much. Dr. Okan Acar and Murat Alabacak. Thank you so much. We have listened to 3 presentations and we don't have too much time. And after us, we have another session, you all know it. And this session is related to Islamic finance literacy. Before closing it, there is a question that I can see on the screen, because these are for you, and it is produced because it makes us make money. Can we say that green sukuk is much more humane compared to green bonds, because it is enabling us make more money? But we can't hear Mehmet Saraç. No, we cannot still hear him, sir. No, we cannot hear you, sir. No, unfortunately. I guess your mic is off. I guess, yes, it is off. No, it's not because of us. No. Technically, I mean, we don't have any problems. Mehmet Hocam, Professor Mehmet, I guess it is because of your mic. It doesn't work properly. No, we can't hear you, sir. Okay, let me ask the second question. Maybe Mehmet can solve the problem and make his mic work. Why do we need fixing the revenue? Shouldn't we share the project revenue based on the income? We don't hear Mehmet, but I'll try to answer the question in order to have more time. In the article that we are going to publish, we will try to answer it. It is based on profit sharing. So that production company, that is electricity production company, shares the profit based on certain rate, 60% and 40%. So there is the rate that we are going to share the profit. It is not something fixed or constant. Maybe I need to correct myself. Maybe you have just neglected it or so. Maybe I have not become clear enough. And Mehmet Saraç, can you hear us? Or I mean, we don't hear you, sir. No. No, unfortunately we can't hear you, sir.
Kısa bir şekilde cevaplamaya çalışayım. Yeşil sukuk aslında
I'll try to answer it very briefly. Green sukuk, compared to other sukuk types, can be seen as more humane, yes, because there is need for green sukuk, especially in renewable energy projects, in environment-friendly projects. It is used, generally it is for social and environmental purposes. That's why it creates that kind of an effect over the society. And it has big contribution on the humanity. That's why we can say that it can be as deemed as humane. Mehmet Hocam, can you please try again? No. No, we can't hear you, sir. Unfortunately, no. No. Well, actually, Esma answered the question very well. Most probably you also wanted to make a contribution. Okay. Esteemed guests, dear participants, you can find all the details after they are published or else after they are broadcasted. You will have the chance to read them and watch them. I'd like to thank all the speakers for participating in our session, and I would like to thank our organizers for bringing us together. Thank you very much. I guess we're going to have a break right now. We would like to thank all the speakers. We have 20 minutes of break right now, and after that we will have a session of Islamic finance literacy. It will start at 5 p.m. See you in the next session.
kıymetli misafirlerimiz 12. Uluslararası İslam ve Ekonomi Sempozyumu'nun 4. ve son oturumuna hoş geldiniz.
I would like to welcome you all to the fourth session of this symposium. Now I would like to give the floor to Professor from Istanbul University, Associate Professor Necmettin Kızılkaya. The floor is yours, sir.
Teşekkür ederim Batuhan Bey.
Thank you very much. Bu oturumdaki konuşmacıların çoğu İngilizce konuştuğu için İngilizce tanıtacağım kendilerini. Herkese merhabalar öncelikle. Son oturumu yönetiyor olmak benim için çok büyük bir ayrıcalık. Daha önceki oturumlarda konuşmacılar risk paylaşımı temelli finansal araçlardan bahsettiler. Faizsiz finansal sistem alternatifinden bahsedildi. Bizim konuşmacılarımız İslami finansal okuryazarlık konusuna odaklanıyor olacak. Finansal aracılar konusundan konuya baktığımızda iki zorluk var. Bunlardan bir tanesi finansal kavramların anlaşılması. Bu konu çok önemli. Mesela faiz ödemeleri, finansman, ülkenin finansal durumu, enflasyon oranları, büyüme oranları gibi konularda bilgi sahibi olmak gerekli. Bu faktörler ve diğerleri ekonomiyi oluşturan bireyler tarafından algılanması kolay olgular değil. Bu noktada finansal enstrümanlarda Müslüman toplumun aradığı şeyler şeriata uygun olması. Yani bankalar tarafından kullanılan finansman yöntemlerinin şeriata uygun olması. Dolayısıyla İslami finansal okuryazarlık Müslümanların bu konudaki inançlarını korumaları için çok önemli. Bu oturumda İslami finansal okuryazarlık konusuna odaklanacağımızı ifade etmiştik. 3 tane konuşmacımız olacak ve 3 farklı bölgeden bu konuşmacılar. Körfez ülkeleri, Güneydoğu Asya ve Türkiye. İlk konuşmacımız Doktor Delal Asuli, İslami finansal okuryazarlık Körfez ülkelerinde ne durumda? Bundan bahsediyor olacak. Hamad bin Khalifa Üniversitesi'nde öğretim görevlisi Katar'da. Söz sizin efendim.
Is Dr. Dalal here?
Doktor Dalal burada mı acaba?
So let's move to Dr.
O zaman
Heti.
Doktor Heti'ye dönelim. Doktor Halal şu anda bizlerle değil. Doktor Heti Budiyanti, Güneydoğu Asya'da İslami finansal okuryazarlık konusunda bir sunum yapacak. Üniversitas Negeri Makassar'da öğretim görevlisi Endonezya'da. Doktor Heti, sizinle başlamak daha uygun olacak şu anda sanırım. Söz sizin efendim.
Dr. Eti, can you hear me?
Doktor Eti, beni duyabiliyor musunuz?
Okay, so we will start with you.
Sizinle başlayacağız. Sizinle başlayacağız. Söz sizin.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm sorry because I really couldn't hear anything before. I hope my voice clear now.
Bağlantıda sorun var efendim.
Everyone could hear me. So,
Anlaşılmıyor.
good afternoon for everyone.
Herkese merhaba.
I would like to the committee for
Öncelikle organizasyon komitesine bana konuşma fırsatı verdikleri için teşekkür etmek istiyorum.
Actually, we can't hear you properly.
Duyamıyoruz.
Okay, I can't hear me.
Can you continue? We couldn't hear you properly.
Duyamadık.
Just let me.
Duyamadık.
Just let me. Yes. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't know what's going on because yeah, I could hear you all now. So
Anlaşılmıyor efendim.
afternoon,
Bağlantı
everyone.
sebebiyle.
My name is Hati Budianti and I'm from
İsmim
State
Hati
University of Makassar, Indonesia. And first of
Budianti.
all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me and
Organizatörlere öncelikle
and so during this
teşekkür etmek istiyorum.
Share my presentation. Can everyone hear me now? Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Duyuyoruz.
Yes. So we just with the visual presentation that I shared with the organizing committee because I'm aware that I only have 15
Ne yazık ki anlaşılmıyor. Teknik problemden ötürü çeviri hizmeti veremiyoruz.
Yes. Sorry, we start with yeah. So, okay. Before we discuss what is financing, we all know about the mission of financial literacy. So I realize scholars have been
Anlaşılmıyor efendim tercümanlar tarafından.
I couldn't agree more when Messi 2012 and Hang et al 2009 that financial literacy actually it encompasses not only the knowledge, but also the attitude and the behavior corresponding events. And in economics, financial literacy is actually the same with the conventional financial literacy, but only it means that someone might understand well and correctly about products and services that are free of elements prohibited by it. Next. Yes, so there are many evidence from many scholars regarding the impact of financial literacy. This is financial behavior. So you could all just reading from the slide in general is that financial literacy is very much needed and plays a crucial role in people's financial make correct decision and having the correct financial behavior. And in the end, it will not also benefit but also benefit the economy as well. Next slide. Next slide, please. Can we go to the next slide, please? All right, so okay, before we talk about how Islamic financial literacy in Southeast Asia, I think we must discuss how financial literacy and financial inclusion in general in Southeast Asia. So there are several indicators. I took this World Bank 2000. And countries in Asia, Cambodia, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam, inclusion. So financial inclusion, of course, it measure how the people has the access to the financial system at reasonable pricing. And some indicators are the amount of the account for borrowing, insurance, and saving. And as you all see from the results that Singapore has highest countries in Southeast Asia, and that's not surprising. Singapore is considered as the most advanced in Southeast Asia compared to other nations, and best performers Malaysia and Thailand, and this is also applied to the financial literacy as well, financial inclusion and financial literacy index. I think it will always go hand in hand. Next slide, please. Yes, so the second table is the deposit account thing in commercial banks. So what's related with the previous thing is that although the some countries that's performing poorly, actually they have quite significant growth in terms of deposit holding, which is one of the estimated financial inclusion. And you could see countries on the such as Vietnam actually has deposit holding growth in 2012. 2015. So that means they're actually catching up on the financial development in their country. Next. Yes, the third table is the financial access index score in Asian countries, and as you all can see, it's Singapore is the highest, followed by Brunei Darussalam and Malaysia, and the lowest is Cambodia and Laos. So it feels the same with the previous table. If you are low on the financial inclusion, then you will also be low in financial access and the percent. Next, please. The fourth table, I'm going to show how to approach it in Asian countries. And if we talk about financial literacy and financial inclusion, then it is very necessary if you could develop financial literacy and financial inclusion in a country, is how the government support the city to financial literacy, because financial inclusion wouldn't be impossible to be government. And there are four countries having very high support from their own government in terms of inclusion policies and policy activities, mainly led by the central bank and also the Ministry of Finance, and have a special task force dealing with the matters of financial inclusion and financial literacy. And some of them also do a diagnostic study that's necessary to before they launch national strategy. Like for example, although Malaysia doesn't have a task force, but they have diagnostic studies for their policy maker. Okay, next slide. Next, please. Yes, and table 5, I think, related to previously, is how the next is being conducted in this fourth countries. As you can see, in the highest performance, they have a national implementation, and they have been doing it since 2003. And Indonesia is still the first stage of implementation. Has been 2013. A national strategy is still planned. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so now how is Islamic finance in Asia? So Islamic finance, it has a firm roots in Southeast Asian history, from the Arabian who traded Malacca, specific loans in Asia, to Islamic finance. I want to talk about the growth of the economy in 2014, and the reports have increased awareness on the importance of Islamic economy in the because foreigners have known that industry itself $4 trillion of US dollar, and it's expected to grow a lot more in the coming years because the shift of Islamic majority actually grows as you can see here, from the GIE report of Reuters in 2018. Index, which is price of several aspects such as governance, awareness, financial and social, and they make one index to rank at least 73 Muslim nations in the world how to form economy. And top performers are from Gulf nations such as by Malaysia and the 10th is also placed by Southeast Asian countries, Indonesia and Brunei. South Asia is becoming a prominent player in economy in the world. Next slide. Slide. Yeah, slide. This is I've mentioned this before, how the index is actually made of several indicators. And if we talk about financial literacy, then it is connected with the awareness aspect, where the level of awareness is measured, consists of the number of Islamic and financial institutions and institutions, how many new articles and research papers related to the Islamic economy. So literacy is the lesson for the Islamic. Next. Next slide, please.
Dr. Heti, I think there is a problem in your connection and we can't hear you.
Bağlantınızda zannediyorum bir problem var ve sizi tam olarak duyamıyoruz.
I think it's better to skip to the next.
Okay, now
Bir sonraki sunuma geçmek zannediyorum daha mantıklı olacak.
Malaysia, because Malaysia has placed as the first country with the best performance economy in the world. So the fact of Malaysia, this is the majority country with 30 million Muslim population, and Malaysia has long ago taken essential steps to establish a world Islamic economy ecosystem. So it has an extensive power standard, and the health standard is supported by a system including I could hear you.
Can you hear me? Dr. Heti, can you hear me?
Doktor Heti, beni duyabiliyor musunuz?
Okay, I think there's a connection problem. Let's
Bağlantı problemi olduğu için
our first speaker, Dr.
diğer konuşmacımızla devam edelim. Doktor Delal Asuli,
Islamic financial literacy in Gulf countries.
İslami finansal okuryazarlık Körfez ülkelerinde ne durumda, bundan bahsediyor olacak.
Dr. Heti, I think there is a problem in your connection.
Doktor Heti, bağlantınızda bir problem var ve sizi düzgün duyamıyoruz efendim.
Move to the next speaker.
Bir sonraki konuşmacımızla devam edeceğiz.
Dr. Delal, the floor is yours.
Doktor Delal, söz sizin. Teşekkür ediyorum. Siz beni duyabiliyor musunuz? Evet, sizi duyabiliyoruz. Öncelikle organizatörlere teşekkür ediyorum. Bu güzel sempozyumda bana konuşma fırsatı verdikleri için. Son derece önemli bir konu bu, mevcut pandemiyi de göz önünde bulundurursak eğer. Makalemin amacı, İslami finansal okuryazarlık Körfez ülkelerinde ne durumda? Bu noktada bir öngörü sağlamak. İslami finansal okuryazarlık nasıl oluşturulabilir? Bu metodoloji desteklendi kalitatif analizlerle birlikte ve İslami Finans Akademik Program içerisinde hedef segmenti, bu konudaki kapsam ve kimlerin buna dahil olacağı konusunda çalışmalar yapıldı.
Yes. So, in order to basically understand the scope of
konuyu daha iyi anlayabilmek için son dönemde yaşadığımız pandemi insanlar için finansal okuryazarlığın öneminin altını çizdi. Pandemi sadece insanları fiziksel olarak etkilemedi, aynı zamanda finansal sağlıklarını da ciddi anlamda etkiledi ve özellikle bu konudaki hassas toplumları, grupları etkiledi. Bu konuda finansal yönetim ve birikimlerini yönetme konusu daha fazla önem kazandı. Sosyal adaletsizlikler oluştu pek çok ülkede. Finansal hatalar sadece bireysel refah düzeyini değil, etrafında bulunan bütün ekonomik katılımcıları da, finansal katılımcıları da etkilemektedir. Küreselleşmeye baktığınız zaman ve modern finansal piyasalara baktığınız zaman finansal okuryazarlıkla ilgili talebin artmış olduğunu görürsünüz. Öncelikle finansal okuryazarlık nedir? Eğer global, küresel tanımına bakacak olursak bu bir finansal eğitim. Buradaki enteresan tanımlardan bir tanesi OECD tanımı, en kapsamlısı. Finansal tüketiciler, yatırımcıların finansal ürünleri anlaması, kavramları anlaması, bilgi, talimat ve hedef konusunda tavsiyeler alması, finansal risk ve fırsatlar konusunda daha bilinçli hale gelmesi, aydınlatılmış bir şekilde seçimler yapması, gerekli olursa destek istemeleri ve finansal refahlarını iyileştirebilmek için efektif aksiyonlar alması. Bu konuda OECD'nin finansal eğitimin bu konuda finansal okuryazarlığı iyileştirebileceği konusunda da beyanları mevcut. Bu konuda literatüre bakıldığında üretkenliği ve güveni de arttıracaktır, istihdam edilebilirliği arttıracaktır ve finansal zorluklardan kaçınmalarına olanak tanıyacaktır çalışanların. Çalışmalardan bir tanesi finansal eğitimin lisede ve üniversitede ya da iş yerinde uzun ve kısa davranışlarını yetişkinlerin nasıl etkilediğini gözlemlemiş. Başka bir çalışmada finansal okuryazarlığın finansal yönetim planlama konusunda pozitif etkisi olduğu tespit edilmiş. Dolayısıyla spesifik bir kaynaktan edinilmiş finansal eğitimi bu konuda finansal becerileri iyileştiriyor. İlk çalışma, İslami finansal okuryazarlığın finansal yönetim planlama konusunda nasıl etkileri var? Finansal okuryazarlığın ekonomik büyüme için, hükümet için ve kurumlar için ne kadar önemli olduğuna bakacak olursak, bu eğitimin bütün toplumu hedef alması gerektiğini de fark ederiz. Bu eğitimler piyasa tarafından ya da hükümet tarafından sağlanabilir. Buna ek olarak şu anda eğitimler var ve bu konuda kişisel okuryazarlığın artırılması konusunda projeler gerçekleştirilmekte. Mikrofinansman enstitüleri mesela finansal okuryazarlık programlarını da finanse ediyor ve bu finansmandan faydalanan kişilerin finansal araçlarını daha iyi yönetebilmeleri ve iflas etmekten kaçınmaları ya da zarar etmelerini önlemek amacıyla veriliyor.
In Islamic, if you look at the Gulf Cooperation
Körfez İşbirliği Konsey bölgesine bakacak olursanız eğer kendi kültürel değerlerine sahip tabii ki farklı bir finansal ortama sahip. Global İslami bankacılık varlıklarının en büyük payına sahip. Bu da %45.4'üne tekabül ediyor. Şeriata uygun varlıklar banka varlıklarının %25'ine tekabül ediyor. Bu bölgede 5 İslami finans sistemik önemli iştihata sahip ve sistemik olarak bu içtihatın önemli olduğunu görüyoruz. IFSB'ye göre az önce de ifade etmiştik. Bu varlıkların toplam banka varlıkları arasındaki payı sağdaki tabloda gösteriliyor. Bu noktada pek çok merkez var ve 2014 yılında petrol fiyatlarının düşmesiyle birlikte ekonomik büyüme konusunda zorluklar çıkmaya başladı ve yüksek düzeydeki harcamalar ki bunlar pek çok vatandaşın büyük borçlara girmesini sağlıyordu. S&P'nin yaptığı araştırmaya göre bu noktada baktığınız zaman farklı oranlarda okuryazar oranları olduğunu görüyoruz. Suudi Arabistan'da %31, Bahreyn %40, Kuveyt'te %44, Birleşik Arap Emirlikleri'nde %38 oranında. Finansal okuryazarlığa İslami perspektiften bakacak olursak literatüre baktık ve ilkelere baktığımız zaman ve şeriat kurallarına baktığımız zaman ve bunun okuryazarlığı nasıl etkilediğine baktığımız zaman İslam ekonomik faaliyetlere ve katılımı ve girişimciliği teşvik etmektedir. Bu konuda refahın dağıtılması, bu konuda izin verilmiş gelir kaynakları gibi konular, risk paylaşılması ve gerçek ekonomiye bağlantı gibi konuların göz önünde bulundurulması gerekmektedir. Bununla birlikte spesifik bir kaynak oluşturuyor. Hem tüketiciler ve bu konuda sosyal sorumluluk ve dayanışma oluşturuyor. Zekâh olabilir ve sadaka kavramlarını ortaya çıkartıyor. Bu hala bu konuda finansal okuryazarlığın Müslümanlar arasındaki oranını ölçecek büyük bir araştırma bulunmuyor olsa da İslami finansal okuryazarlık açısından baktığımız zaman İslami finans konusunda finanslarını İslami finansal ilkeler üzerinden yönetme becerilerine sahip olduğunu görüyoruz. Bu ilkeler ekonomik işlemler konusunda temel teşkil ediyor. Yine bunlar şeriat kurallarına uygun 4 tane konu göz önünde bulunduruluyor. Bunlardan bir tanesi uygun mu değil mi? İkincisi hakkaniyet ve sosyal adalet. Üçüncüsü risk paylaşımı ve İslami finansın gerçek ekonomiyle bağlantılı olup olmadığı. Literatürde bazı yazarlar İslami finansal eğitimin, İslami finansal sistemin temellerinin daha derin anlaşılması gerektiğini görüyor işte. Kumarın yasak olması, zekat ödemeleri, miras bilgileri, miras hukuku bilgileri, etik işlemler, bireylere pozitif değer katan işlemler ve herhangi bir açgözlülük taşımayan toplumda kötü etkilemeyecek yaklaşımlar. İslami finansal okuryazarlık, finansal ve temel refah gibi bunların yönetimi, finansal planlama gibi konular bu konuda uygun İslami finansal kararların alınmasını destekliyor. Başka tanımlar da var, daha geniş kapsamlı olarak değerlendiren. Bunlar da finansal ya da temel refah, bunlar gelir, tüketim ve birikimler, refah yönetimi, finansal planlama, tekafül, emeklilik ödemeleri, şeriat temelli yatırımlar, zekat, miras hukuku, vasiyet ya da yardımlar, sadaka gibi. Bunların hepsi bizi İslami finansal okuryazarlığın bileşenleri nedir? Bu noktaya getiriyor. Genel olarak uluslararası tanımlara baktığımız zaman genel tanımlara baktığımız zaman sol tarafta farklı uluslararası tanımlamalar var, OECD tanımlamaları var, geleneksel finans literatüründen tanımlamalar görüyoruz. Bu noktada şu tanımlar öne çıkıyor: para ve işlemler, planlama ve yönetim, risk ve ödül ve finansal ortam ve bütün bunlar çekirdek yetkinlikleri barındırıyor. Bütçeleme, birikim, yatırım, yönetim gibi konuları. İslami perspektiften baktığımız zaman ise literatüre baktığınızda bazı uluslararası inisiyatiflerde, DGCC'de bu inisiyatifler 3 tane kavrama odaklanıyor. Temel para yönetimi, finansal planlama, zekat, yardım, bağış. Bu konuda yetkinliklerin toplandığını görüyoruz ve pek çok beceriyi barındırdığını görüyoruz ve bu konuda
mali ve finansal planlama, pozitif etki yaratmak, bunlar zaten spesifik olması gereken önemli özellikler. Finansal okuryazarlığa spesifik olması gereken özellikler. Elbette bizim yine göz önünde bulundurmamız gereken şey, genel mali anlamda, okuryazarlık anlamında 2 tane özel, biliyorsunuz, yapılar var. Bunlardan bir tanesi söylediğim gibi pozitif etki yaratabilmek, çevresel hedeflere ulaşabilmek, İslami etik vakıfların temelinde bunu sağlayabilmek. Bir de pozitif etki. 2 tarafta İslami yapının tam da ortasında temel para yönetimi var, mali planlama var, hayırseverlik, bağış, zekat yer alıyor. Biliyorsunuz sürdürülebilirlik hedefleri bulunuyor, sürdürülebilir kalkınma hedefleri, Covid-19 sonrasında iklim değişikliği, bunlarla ilgili çeşitli etkiler yaratılabilir, pozitif etkiler yaratılabilir. Şimdi pozitif anlamda en başta İslami mali okuryazarlığı, İslam ekonomisinde okuryazarlığı anlamak için bazı kalitatif çalışmalar yürüttük, analizler yaptık, çeşitli mali girişimleri inceledik ve 2 tane kanal gördük. En başta İslami ekonomist kurumların gerçekleştirdiği çalışmalar, piyasada okuryazarlık, yani mali okuryazarlıkla ilgili farkındalığın artırılması var. Bir de diğer tarafta mevcut halde bulunan akademik programlar, kapasite inşası girişimleri gerçekleştiren yapılar bunlarda. Ve bu anlamda bunu gerçekleştirebilmek için 67 tane girişim incelendi. Mali kurumlar tarafından teşvik edilen ya da desteklenen girişimler bunlar. Bununla beraber de 17 tane İslami akademik programı incelendi. Programlarının kapsamı incelendi, hedef segmentleri analiz edildi ve de tabii ki mali okuryazarlık anlamında genel olarak İslami okuryazarlıkta herhangi bir içerikleri var mı? Bunlara baktık. Ve tekrar bu amaç açısından konuşacak olursak, bu 2 faktörün İslam'da mali okuryazarlığı etkileyen farkındalık ve eğitim programlarının oturttuğu etkilere baktık. Asıl hedefimiz İslami kurumların ve de akademik kurumların İslam okuryazarlığın, yani İslami finansman okuryazarlığının artırılmasında neler yaptığına baktık. Şimdi 2 taraftan, bir taraftan İslam'da akademik programların ve de finansal okuryazarlık programlarının her iki karşılaştırmasını göreceksiniz. Bunlar en nihayetinde 67 tane girişimden alınan bulgular ve buradaki mali programlar bizlere şunu gösteriyor. Çoğunluğu konvansiyonel, yani geleneksel olan okuryazarlığa odaklanmış, İslami olanlar çok az. Burada asıl tedarikçiler bankalar ve da İnjaz gibi, Visa gibi, borsalar gibi, OECD, İNFE gibi bakanlıklar, bununla beraber sermaye piyasaları kurumları ve de Mastercard ana tedarikçiler ve çeşitli programlar yürütülmüş. Gençler hedef olarak belirlenmiş ve de bir işbirliği yapılmış. Bir de bölgede yürütülen girişimlerden bir tanesi de yıllık bir farkındalık oluşturma programı OECD ve de finansal eğitim uluslararası ağı, yani İNFE tarafından gerçekleştirilmiş. Burada küresel olarak Orta Doğu'da yer alacak şekilde çeşitli ülkelerde eğitimler düzenleniyor. Yaş grubunu konuşacak olursak burada geliştirilen girişimler aslında anaokulundan tutun da üniversite seviyesine kadar bütün genel kamuyu içeren, profesyonelleri içeren bir spesifik segmentten oluşmakta. Hatta Suudi Arabistan'da düşük gelirli kadınlar ve de yabancı topluluklar yer alıyordu. Birleşik Arap Emirliği'nde ve bununla beraber mali okuryazarlık alanlarında temel mali okuryazarlık konseptleri, temeller, ekonomi, yatırım, harcamalar, tasarruf, para yönetimi, mali planlama ve de girişimcilik okuryazarlığı araştırılmış. Akademik tarafta da yine bazı önemli özellikler var. Bunlardan da bahsedeceğiz. Ama ona geçmeden önce çocukların paralarıyla olan sorumluluğunu geliştirilebilmesi ve de başkalarından bağımsız olabilmeleri hedeflenmiş. Mesela haftada bir Suudi Arabistan'da çeşitli ödül programları düzenlenmiş. Bir de Smart Investment programı var. Capital Market Authority yani sermaye piyasaları otoriteleri tarafından düzenlenen çalışmalarda İslami değerler ve de etikler göz önünde bulundurularak paraya karşı olan tavrın düzenlenmesi hedeflenmiş. Çocuklarda böyle bir yaklaşımın oluşturulması hedefleniyor. Diğer tarafta da söylediğim gibi çeşitli İslami finansal okuryazarlık programları var. Akademik tarafta bulunan programlar ve en genel olarak söyleyecek olursak İslami finansal okuryazarlığı programlarında sunulan hizmetler ve de ürünler bir güven oluşturma ve de halka bu güveni tesis etme konusunda çerçevelendirilmiş. Burada en güçlü bilgi kategorisine yer alan ülke Birleşik Arap Emirlikleri, çünkü çok fazla tedarikçi var. Bilginin de nasıl değerlendirildiğini söyleyecek olursak, İslami mali eğitim tedarikçi kurumların sunduğu bilgi ve kapsamlı eğitim ve kalitatif çalışmalar göz önünde bulundurularak sunulan bilginin okuryazarlık programlarındaki seviyesi ölçülmüş. 6 tane Körfez ülkesinde sunulan çeşitli programlar inceleniyor. Çoğunluğu master seviyesi yani lisansüstü seviyede. Onunla beraber işletme programlarındaki master programları, diplomalar ve doktora programları yer almakta. İslami Kalkınma Bankası Bahreyn'de de yine böyle programlar yer alıyor. Çeşitli profesyonel programlar özelleşmiş İslamik finans konularında ve bazı uluslararası kuruluşlarda özellikle de kümelenmiş durumda. Bu programların bir yerde tabii ki mali endüstride, finans endüstrisindeki profesyonellerin ihtiyaçlarına özellikle de odaklandığını görebiliyoruz. Ve böyle bir ihtiyaç olduğunu görüyoruz en azından. Şimdi burada içerik analizinin ardından ileriye yönelik bir yol haritası çıkarılmış. Ne gibi tavsiyelerde bulunabilir, ne gibi çalışmalar yapılabilir bölgede, bunlara bakılıyor. Ve bu çalışmada yapmaya çalışılan şey İslami okuryazarlığın, mali okuryazarlığın bölgede artırılmasında finansal ve de akademik enstitülerin girişimlerinin incelenmesinin ardından bazı boşluklar bulunuyor ve bu boşlukların tabii ki bu zayıf yönlerin güçlendirilebilmesi için temel alanlar belirlenmiş. Müşterilerin farkındalığın arttırılması gibi, kapsayıcılığın, anlaşılırlığın arttırılması gibi, sürdürülebilirlik, teknoloji ve de ikisinin de birbiriyle olan etkileşimi, herkese uygun çözümlerin sunulması, entegre bir şekilde yukarıdan aşağı, aşağıdan yukarıya bir kapsayıcı yaklaşımın benimsenmesi. Burada dahili pazar koşullarının bilinmesi, müşterilerin farkındalığının artırılması, Katar'ın 2017 yılındaki raporunda Katar'daki mali merkez yeni bir İslami finansman farkındalık kampanyasının oluşturulması, İslam finansal okuryazarlığına odaklanması gerektiğinin öneminin altını çizmiş. İlkeler anlaşılsa ve uygulanmalar anlaşılsa bile İslami finansmanın rehberliğinde bazen İslami bankalarda yanlış yorumlamalar olabiliyor ama doğru yorumlanırsa müşteri bazının artacağı da öne sürülmüş. Ve tabii bir de İslami okuryazarlık programlarının, burada finansal okuryazarlık programlarının popülasyonda farklı bölgelere ve farklı yaş gruplarına hedeflendiğini biliyoruz. Finansmanın nasıl işe yaradığını anlatacak programların olması gerekiyor yaş gruplarından başlayarak. Yani anlaşılırlığın her seviyede arttırılması gerekiyor. Az önce söylediğimiz gibi sürdürülebilirlik ve teknolojinin birbiriyle eklemlenmesi. Teknoloji uzun yıllardır bir farkındalık oluşturabiliyor İslami bankacılık ve de finansman anlamında. Bu sayede belki farkındalık programları yapılabilir, finansman ile ilgili okuryazarlık özellikle de çocuklardan başlayarak bütün topluma yayılabilir. Bir de tabii ki uluslararası sürdürülebilirlik kalkınma konusunda yaşanan zorluklara da İslami finansman dahil edilebilir. Zaten yani İslami hukukun, şeriatın da bizlere söylediği bu. Çevrenizdeki sorunlarla ilgilenmemiz gerektiği. Bir de finansal okuryazarlık programlarının elbette her bir spesifik segmente göre kişiye özel ya da gruba özel olarak hazırlanması gerekiyor. Burada çocuklar var. İlkokuldaki çocuklar, ortaokuldaki çocuklar, lisede bulunanlar, girişimciler, yatırımcılar, perakende müşteriler, yani bunların hepsi ve diğer başka hedef bölgesinde bulunan müşterilere uygun çözümlerin oluşturulması gerekiyor. Özellikle de Körfez bölgesinde, çünkü çok fazla göçmen işçi var. Mesela göçmen işçileri göz önünde bulundurmak gerekiyor. Uluslararası İş Örgütü'ne göre neredeyse %10'dan daha fazlası bütün göçmenlerin sadece bu Körfez bölgesinde yaşıyor. Birleşik Arap Emirlikleri'ni göz önünde bulundurursak eğer, en büyük dünyada 5. göçmen alan bölge işçiler anlamında. Ve emekliliğin mesela oldukça büyük bir farkındalıkla anlatılması gerekiyor. Ve bazıları emeklilik ikramiyesi alamıyor ve de sözleşmelerinin ardından sözleşmeden gelen hizmet bedelini alamayabiliyorlar. Buradan yabancılara sunulan bu işlerin mutlaka onların kendi dilinde de yazılması, anlatılması gerekiyor. Bölgeye özel bir ihtiyaç mesela. Bunun da altını çizmek istedik. Ve önemli alanlardan biri elbette yukarıdan aşağı ve aşağıdan yukarıya olan entegre olan uygulama. Çünkü burada yürütülen İslami finansal okuryazarlık yaklaşımı bölgedeki finansal okuryazarlık eğitimini güçlendirilmesini içeriyor. Akademik enstitüler, onunla beraber STK'lar ve diğer başka paydaşları da içermekte. Söylediğim gibi oldukça anlaşılır, sürdürülebilir ve de bölgelere, gruplara özel yukarıdan aşağı, aşağıdan yukarıya entegre olmuş şekilde yürütülen bir çalışmayla beraber müşterilerde farkındalık artırılabilir ve de İslami finansal okuryazarlık güçlendirilebilir. OECD'nin gerçekleştirdiği anlaşmada 59 tane ülke var. 59 ülkede finansal eğitim için stratejiler belirleniyor. Onların uygulanması ya da revize edilmesi ya da yenisinin geliştirilmesi konusunda çalışmalar yapılmış. Bir de planlamalardan bahsediliyor ama burada 6 tane Körfez ülkesi bu 4 tane grupta yer almıyor. Az önce bahsettiğim bu 59 ülkenin yer aldığı 4 grupta yer almıyor. Akademi, finansal enstitüler, STK'lar çok önemli bir rol oynuyor bildiğiniz gibi. Zira finansal okuryazarlığın ve de kapasite inşasının güçlendirilmesi bu sayede mümkün olabilir. Buradaki 5 alan çok önemli ve bu 5 mevcut alanda elbette birkaç mali girişim görüyoruz okuryazarlığın artırılmasına ilişkin. Tabii ki yeni entegre yaklaşımlara ihtiyacımız var. Daha önce bahsettiğim gibi bölgelere özel, gruplara özel çözümlere ihtiyaç bulunuyor. Teknolojinin ve de sürdürülebilirliğin birbirine eklemlenmesi gerekiyor. Bunlara ilaveten tabii ki müşteri farkındalığının teşvik edilmesi lazım. Öne çıkarılması gerekiyor. Tüm bu girişimlerin teşvikiyle birlikte de etkileri güçlendirilebilir ve İslami finansal okuryazarlık bölgede güçlendirilebilir. Çok teşekkür ediyorum. Bu cümlelerle sonlandıracağım konumu. Sorunuz olursa alabilirim. Teşekkürler. O kadar.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dalal.
Çok teşekkürler, Doktor Dalal.
Dr. Heti Budianti.
Galiba Doktor Heti Budianti bağlantısını güçlendirdi şimdi. Doktor Heti, sanıyorum Malezya'dan konuşuyordunuz. Şimdi söz sizin. Buyurun, konuşmanızı tamamlayabilirsiniz. Evet, aynen Malezya'dan söz ediyordum. Evet. Slaytları alabilir miyim? Umuyorum net duyabiliyorsunuzdur. Çok az geliyor efendim sesiniz. Biraz net ama çok kısık geliyor. Malezya, evet. Malezya bir rol model bu anlamda. Çünkü Malezya'nın Müslüman nüfusu oldukça önemli. 30 milyondan fazla Müslümanın yaşadığı bir ülke. ve DCI endeksinde Malezya en üst noktada yer alıyor. Kapsamlı bir standardı yer almakta, özellikle de helal konularında ve oldukça güçlü bir ekosistemi yer almakta. Serbest bölgeleri bulunuyor helal merkezler için. Bir sonraki slide. Çok az geliyor efendim konuşmacının sesi. Elimizden geldiği şekilde çeviriyi aktarmaya çalışıyoruz. 2010 yılının sonundan bu yana Malezya'da İslami finansman endüstrinin varlığı %9.5'e ulaştı. Bu da 783 milyarlık Malezya parasına denk geliyor. Aynı zamanda ülkenin toplam banka varlığının da %28.8'ine denk gelmekte. 2016'da buradaki İslami sermaye piyasaları 1 milyar 691 milyon 64 bin kadardı. Bu da pazarın toplam %60'ını oluşturuyordu. Peki neden Malezya bu kadar başarılı diyecek olursanız, en önemli öğelerden biri bu başarıyı getiren insan kaynağı kalitesini güçlendirilmesi ve de okuryazarlığın ve de eğitimin güçlendirilmesi. Çünkü burada doktora ve yüksek lisans programları sunan programlar var. İslami finansmanın okuryazarlığını güçlendiren programlar özellikle de hükümet tarafından destekleniyor. Fonlamalar yapılıyor. İnsan kaynaklarının kantitatif ve kalitatif açıdan güçlendirilmesi üzerine çalışılıyor. Bazı özel sertifikalandırma kurumları var İslami finansman ve bankacılık konusunda. Üniversite ve endüstri arasında da iyi bir ilişki var. Sonraki slide. Endonezya açısından konuşacak olursak da Endonezya'nın dünyadaki en büyük Müslüman nüfusa sahip olduğunu biliyoruz. Endonezya'da %87.2'lik bir nüfus, ki bu da zaten 225 milyona tekabül ediyor Müslüman ve yaklaşık İslami ekonomi sektörlerde harcanan para 218.8 milyar Amerikan dolarına karşılık gelmekte. Endonezya'nın sıralaması GI endeksinde 11'den 10'a geldi. Bir sonraki slayda gelelim. İslami finansal enstitüler Endonezya'da bankalar olsun, sigorta şirketleri, sermaye piyasaları, BMT de mikrofinansman sunan kurumlardan bir tanesi ve İslami finansman mikro kurumlarından, mikrofinans yani finansman kurumlarının bir formu olarak düşünülebilir. İslami mikrofinansman açısından Endonezya en büyük yere sahip dünyada ve diğer ülkelere de kıyaslanabilir. Güneydoğu Asya'da mesela Malezya, Tayland, Singapur en düşük skora sahip, finansal okuryazarlık ve kapsayıcılık endeksinde en düşük puana sahip. Buradaki endeks 29.66 ve finansal dahili kapsayıcılık endeksi de %67.82 ve İslami finansal okuryazarlık endeksindeki değer burada konvansiyonel endeksten daha geride, ki bu da %8.11'e tekabül ediyor. İslami finansal kapsayıcılıkta %11.0.6. Sonraki slide lütfen. Toplam finansal varlıklar, İslamik finansal kurumların kontrolünde olan kısım %8.9'luk bir orana sahip. Bütün ulusun total ekonomik varlıkları içinden ve bu da Malezya ile kıyaslanabilir. Yaklaşık tabii ki %40'lık bir orana tekabül ediyor. Ve de tabii ki problemler neden kaynaklanıyor derseniz, İslami ekonominin ve de finansmanın Endonezya'da yavaş gelişiminden kaynaklanıyor. Çünkü ilgi az, farkındalık az, bilgi az, İslami sermaye piyasalarına yapılan yatırımlardaki bilgi az ve insanların çoğu da bu tür fonlara yatırım yapma konusunda sukuk olsun ya da İslami tahviller olsun çok fazla bilgili değiller. Bir sonraki slaytla devam edelim. Bir sonraki slayt. Evet.
Endonezya hükümeti bu konuda çok ciddi çabalar gösterdi 2014 yılından bu yana.
because they're starting to aware that actually Islamic economy has a very high
İslami
potential.
ekonominin çok ciddi bir potansiyele sahip olduğunu fark etti. Büyük bir piyasası olduğunu fark etti. Hükümet özel bir görev gücü belirledi. Doğrudan başkana rapor veren 5 tane temel strateji belirlendi ve şimdiye kadar büyük başarı elde edildi. Özellikle bilinç düzeyinin artırılması konusunda. Brunei bu konuda yine son derece iyi performansa sahip, son derece kapsamlı ürünleri var. Merkez Bankası yönetiyor burada. Son yıllarda İslami finansal varlıklar toplam pazar payının %50'sine tekabül ediyor Brunei'de ve Brunei İslami finans piyasalarına baktığımızda en iyi 10 piyasa arasında. 2019 yılında da bu konuda gelişmeler olduğu kaydedilmiş. Singapur'a baktığımızda Singapur Müslümanların azınlık olduğu bir ülke olmasına rağmen ki toplam nüfusun %14'ü Müslüman. Singapur İslami finansın öncülerinden bir tanesi olarak kabul ediliyor. 1991'den bu yana Mendeki büyüme fonu var ki bu da ilk İslami fonlardan bir tanesi ve Singapur'un ilk İslami finansal endeksi ilk 100 endeksinde. Singapur'un sağlam yatırım ortamı ve stabil yönetişim sistemleri yüksek net değer taşıyan varlıkların buraya kaymasını sağladı. Asya'da yatırım alternatifi arayan kişiler buraya yatırım yaptılar ve tabii ki bu konuda GCC sermayesinin Asya'ya akmasına sebep oldu. Singapur, Güneydoğu Asya bölgesindeki en yüksek skora sahip finansal okuryazarlık mevzu bahis olduğunda bununla birlikte Singapur'daki yetişkinlerin sadece 1/3'ü emekliliklerine kendilerini hazırlıyorlar. Singapur'daki görüşülmüş olan erkek nüfusun %67'si finansal okuryazarlığa sahip olsa da sadece kadınların %52'si de aynı oran olduğunu görüyoruz. Cinsiyetler arasındaki en büyük fark bu ülkede OECD'nin yapmış olduğu çalışmaya göre. Dolayısıyla Singapur'da cinsiyetler arasında finansal okuryazarlık oranları hususunda büyük farklılıklar mevcut. Sonuç olarak Güneydoğu Asya en düşük finansal okuryazarlık skorlarına sahip bazı ülkelere ev sahipliği yapmakta. Bu anlamda ASEAN ülkelerindeki okuryazarlık oranları eklendiğinde OECD oranlarına bu noktada ortalamayı yakaladığını görüyoruz. Bir sonraki slide. ASEAN bölgesi içerisinde finansal eğitim öncelikler arasında belirlenmiş ulusal stratejik çerçeveleri dahilinde bu konuda kampanyalar gerçekleştiriliyor bilinç düzeyini arttırmak için ki bireyler finansal riskleri ve ürünleri anlasınlar. Sadece Müslüman çoğunun olduğu ülkelerde değil, diğer azınlık, Müslümanların azınlık olduğu yerlerde de kritik rollerin oynandığını görüyoruz. Az önce verdik örneğini Singapur gibi. Son derece başarılı İslami finansal büyüme sağlamış. Tayland ve Filipinler de aynı şekilde helal ürünlerde lider olarak pozisyon almış durumda ve helal düzenleyici bir ekosistem oluşturuyor Tayland mesela. Helal araştırma merkezi kurdu Chulalongkorn Üniversitesi'nde Tayland. Son olarak şunu ifade etmek isterim. Finansal okuryazarlık temel bir hak olarak ve universal bir ihtiyaç olarak değerlendirilmeli. Sadece bir grup tüketicinin ihtiyacı olan bir kavram olarak değerlendirilmemeli. Çünkü günümüz dünyasında finansal okuryazarlık temel okuryazarlık kadar büyük önem taşımakta. Çok teşekkür etmek istiyorum. Biz de size teşekkür ediyoruz Doktor Heti. Sizi duyabildik. Son derece ilgi çekici bir sunumdu. Teşekkürler. Şimdi Türkiye'ye döneceğiz. İki meslektaşımız var. Sakarya Üniversitesi'nden Profesör Şakir Görmüş ve Mervan Selçuk. Şakir Bey, Türkçe yapacaksınız zannediyorum sunumunuzu.
Buyurun, söz sizde, sizleri dinleyelim.
The floor is yours.
Dr. Delal and Hati,
Dr. Helal and Hati YouTube kanalımızı İngilizce takip edebilirsiniz. Çeviri yapılıyor YouTube kanalında. Çünkü sunum Türkçe olacak.
Şakir Hocam, Mervan Hocam beni duyuyor musunuz?
Do you hear me?
Ben duyuyorum hocam. Sesim geliyor mu?
I can hear you.
Şakir Hocam da.
Şakir Hocam.
Şakir Hoca beni arıyorum. Herhalde bir teknik problemi var hocam. Açayım mı?
I think he has a technical problem.
Şakir Hoca'yla konuştum da hocam yanlışlıkla çıkmış sistemden sanırım. O girene kadar sen başla.
Başlayın.
Slide gösterecek mi hocam? Ben son görüyorum ama. Evet, tamam.
There was a technical problem, I solved it.
Teknik bir problem vardı, çözdüm. Teşekkürler Doktor Kızılkaya, Doktor Gudiyati ve Doktor Dalal'a güzel sunumlar için teşekkür etmek istiyorum. Gerçekten çok şey öğrendim sunumlarından. Aynı zamanda bu alanda çalışan kadın sayısının arttığını görmek de beni mutlu etti. Sunumum Türkçe olacak. Şimdi Türkçe'ye geçiyorum müsaadenizle.
Okay. Ses geliyor mu?
Geliyor hocam.
You can hear me, right? Yes.
Tamam. Öncelikle İKTER'e, İKTER yönetimine, bu organizasyona emeği geçen herkese teşekkür etmek istiyorum. Burada Sebahattin Zaim hocamızı da
and I would like to remember Professor Sabahattin Zaim and also
ona minnetlerimizi sunuyoruz. Allah rahmet eylesin.
We would like to present our gratitude to him. This year is a sad year for us because we lost Sabri Orman and Arif Ersoy, valuable professors, and may God bless them. Today's matter is financial literacy. We are going to take the matter from Turkish perspective, and we are going to look at the current situation of financial literacy, and we are going to be comparing conventional financial literacy and Islamic financial literacy. Then we will be proposing some political aspects as well, and we made some technical analysis. When we say financial literacy, what we understand is that financial markets, financial products, the operation of financial products, if we are knowledgeable about them at a basic level, we can call it as financial literacy. This is how we define financial literacy. When we say Islamic financial literacy, it's not very different from this definition. We can add Islamic sensitivities like interest-free instruments, halal instruments, and faqih criteria should be there. Then we can talk about Islamic financial literacy. Financial literacy, what we see is that in 1990, along with technological developments, finance has become very important, and it can be discussed whether this is a good thing or not, because financial sector is more important from the real sector right now. Along with the development of the financial sector since 1990s, people's financial investments and their decision-making processes have increased, and they have become more complex. Especially after 2000, we see that studies in this field have been proliferated, and the purpose here is that the investors are learning about the financial products so that they can make healthier investments. All around the world and in Turkey, we can say that financial literacy is not at a good level. In the developed countries, financial literacy is not that well. This is being discussed, but the most important reason is that those people in developed countries like working with professionals, you know, they work with their financial consultants. Countries like us, developing countries, we don't work with financial consultants much, and low level of financial literacy in such countries give harm to the individuals, you know. We don't make long-term investments, deposits, for example, in Turkey, 1 month, 3 months, you know. It's not possible to make long-term investments with that short-term instruments. And we can say that in developing countries, financial literacy should be more developed than the developed countries. Here, when we look at the literature, there are many studies in that regard. These are empirical studies, and next slide. Islamic financial literacy. To measure the level of it, there are many studies in the literature. Let me tell you what is out there. Generally, there are 3 main aspects of these studies. First of all, in our country, Islamic financial literacy level is low. This study was conducted on the students of Islamic sciences, the employees of the participatory banks, and the personnel of the Religious Affairs Center. We can say that the level of Islamic financial literacy is quite low, and the personnel of the Authority of Religious Affairs, the level of literacy is low as well. And again, the students of the Islamic faculties, their Islamic financial literacy level is low as well. The result that we come up here is that you might be very knowledgeable about Islamic values, but as there isn't enough Islamic finance literacy, the level is not that good. There is another study which says that this was conducted on the students of Sabahattin Zaim University. It was discovered that students in the religious faculty and the other faculties, there isn't big difference between these two students. Yes, at the religious school, they learn about the religion, but they're not getting any education about financial literacy. Again, in the very same study, Islam economy and the other department students have been compared. Islam economy students do have high level of Islamic finance literacy. These studies show us that if we would like to increase the literacy level, we need to increase efforts in teaching Islamic financial literacy. These are the summaries of the studies. In Çömlekçi, for example, 401 people, customers of participatory banks, age, education level, literacy level, income level, etc. But here in Turkey, we can say that financial literacy level is not that high. Durmuş ve Yardımcıoğlu, he worked on the students of the religious faculty, and it's less than expected. and Mutlu, 388 people, and Islamic financial literacy is less than conventional conventional financial literacy. These are the findings. What we do here is that in Turkey, the field of activity, both conventional and Islamic financial literacy, what has been done? Second of all, what has been done in the field of education? I will be giving you information about the activities conducted for promoting financial literacy. And Merve is going to give you information about the content analysis. In Turkey, these are the financial literacy activities. The first one is conventional financial literacy activities. There are a lot of activities. There are NGOs, banks, public institutions, universities. Many different institutions are out there to promote conventional financial literacy. We see FODER, Financial Literacy and Access Association, Habitat Association. We see Turkish Central Bank, Istanbul Stock Exchange, and Ministry of Family, Labor and Social Services, and we also see the Union of Banks. Conventional finance. There are many activities about conventional financial literacy. We do have many activities conducted. Therefore, we can say that the level is increasing. There are two associations there to promote conventional financial literacy. I will be giving you details about their activities. We don't have an association which is dealing with Islamic financial literacy. Public institutions, Central Bank and Istanbul Stock Exchange, they're generally introducing their own activities, and of course it's contributing to the financial literacy. And Family Labor Minister, they are trying to promote the financial literacy of the women. The banks, they give information about how a loan can be used, how a credit card can be used. They are taking people into the financial system. What we can say is that financial literacy activities are being supported by conventional banks as well. What they are trying to do is that they are promoting the financial literacy and they are creating new customers. So they are trying to develop customer portfolio. In the next slide.
Şimdi FODER'e baktığımız zaman FODER Finansal Okuryazarlık ve Erişim Derneği Türkiye'deki
FODER is the most active association with respect to financial literacy and access to financial literacy. It works with many academic institutions and it has activities for students and farmers. Because students are the potential customers of the future and we know that these spendings and also credit card usage of youngsters are too high. That's why you can understand the potential customers of the future as youngsters. Actually, conventional banks, if they can develop themselves, you can develop their customer base, potential customer base. FODER has certain activities for farmers, as I've stated, and they are helping the farmers how to use their budget, and they give their customers, farmers, to explain the credits and loans, but they don't talk about mudara or mushareke. They talk about interest-based credits. There are certain programs called One Farmers and One Utility, 1,000 Farmers, 1,000 Utility Programs, etc. And Habitat Association, this is not as active as FODER, but they have a project called I Can Manage My Money. This was also endorsed by the United Nations Development Program, and there are more than 1,900 volunteer trainings. This program has been on the field for 9 years and they have given 1 million people one-to-one training. And 22 banks have supported this project, by the way. And at the same time, Visa Turkey credit card company supported it. So these 22 companies are all conventional banks and there is no participation bank amongst them. Manage your future today. This is another project and they have given more than 22,000 students in this respect. And in Habitat Association activities, we can see that they try to train financial literacy to many segments, but the main target is youngsters here. So there is a big project, but here UNDP supports this kind of a huge project, but among these 22 banks there is no participation project. We can ask these questions: why there is no participation project bank here, why there is no financial literacy project among the titles of the project concept, but there is certain projects titles like how to use credit cards, how to get credits or loans, but they are related to digital bankings, and there is many topics like that. However, it is not about financial literacy, so you can understand that potential of the customer base can be boosted based on these trainings. In the next slide, we can see there are many trainings of the Ministry of Labor, Ministry of Family and Political, Ministry of Family, Women and Political Sciences, Societal Sciences for women. But we know that İşbank, Turkish Economic Bank and Akbank have tremendous projects for their own employees' children. They provide financial literacy trainings. And when we look at the concept here, there are a lot of trainings trainings and activities going on. For instance, one project can be reached to 1 million people, and conventional banks actually do this kind of trainings, and other projects can be reached to more than thousands of people. But what do we do about financial literacy or conventional financial literacy? We need to ask this question to ourselves. And then we look at Turkish participation banking. It was started in 1980, so it has a history of 30 or 35 years, and in the years of 2000 they had 2% in the total banking share, but then they increased that share. There was a stagnation period for a long time. We couldn't exceed that 4% or 5% threshold. After that, certain banks were also opened, and participation banks' share among all banks reached up to 6.5%, but we couldn't hit our targets. And one of the reasons for missing the targets is that there are not many activities about financial literacy. So here, when we look at the conventional financial literacy, we can see that interest-based banks do have an active role. This association, Habitat project, they work with them in collaboration and cooperation, and there are not associations about Islamic financial literacy, and participation banks cannot be said they are active in this respect. Sakarya University academics, by the way, I am also one of those academics. Those people have not carried out any project about Islamic financial literacy. And actually, there is just one of them. It was supported by the Ministry of Youth. It is the project of youngsters learn and youngsters implement. So this is the one and only activity that is related to financial literacy. And of course, we need to thank the Ministry of Youth and Sports for supporting this project. And under this umbrella of the project, approximately 1,000 Imam Hatip high school students were given Islamic financial literacy trainings. And in order to give this training, we wrote a book about Islamic financial literacy, and it was distributed free. And by the way, you can find the PDF version of this book on the internet, and you can download it freely. So on one side, there is just a single activity about Islamic financial literacy, but on the other hand, we can talk about thousands of financial literacy, conventional financial literacy activities. Now I'll give the floor to other friend of mine, Mervan Selçuk. He's going to elaborate on the details of the Islamic financial literacy and how it is lagging behind from the conventional financial literacy. We are going to be listening to an analysis from Mervan. He will show us a broader perspective, actually, and we can listen to a scientific study from him. Mervan, the floor is yours, I guess. Do you hear me? Do you hear me, right? Yes. Mervan, so we only have 3 minutes, unfortunately, and if you can wrap it up just in 3 minutes, we'll be more than happy. Okay, I will just utter a few words. First and foremost, I would like to thank you very much for organizing this event. Can you please switch to the next slide? Yes. As Şakir has already stated on the literature, one of the factors affecting the financial literacy is education. Conventional financial literacy is more developed than the Islamic financial literacy. It is because of the license, the undergraduate education on the faculties of the business administration, economics, and finance. We can see that there are many programs about it. There are many departments on the faculties, and conventional financial literacy can be learned and analyzed in these faculties like microeconomy and financial analysis. There are certain classes in this faculty departments, and in Turkey there is more than 200,000 students in those faculty departments. So in their own license departments, in their own university lessons, they can be taught, lectured about conventional financial literacy. But as you all know, in the Islamic faculties, only in Sabahattin Zaim University, in Konya Karatan University, there are these kind of departments. So that's why you can understand the situation can be rooted from these places. Maybe we can think of the students from the clergy faculties, religious studies faculties, but there is no significant relation between Islamic studies and Islamic financial literacy. That's why we are lagging behind compared to conventional financial literacy. And this is a number of the contents of the concepts on the Google, general Google Academic and Google Books, and also higher education boards, dissertation thesis archive. And we have defined some sentences for financial literacy, Islamic financial literacy, and interest-free financial literacy. So we Googled them, we made a research, and in order to have a more consistent result at the end, we put them in brackets, and you can see before 2015 there was 1,940 financial literacy contents, but after 2015 it has become 17,700, and its percentage has reached to 98.8%. But in terms of Islamic financial literacy, before 2015 there was no article, but after 2015 it has become 280. And in the Google Academic you can see Islamic financial literacy, there was no article, but after 2015 30 Islamic financial literacy academic articles were written. And on the Google Books research we can see the similar result. With respect to Islamic financial literacy, the dissertation thesis was only 12, but after 2013 it reached up to 143, but it was related to the general one, I mean the conventional one. But when it comes to the Islamic financial literacy, there is only 6 after 2015, but before 2015 there was no dissertation thesis in the Islamic financial literacy. So based on this content analysis, we can understand that after 2015 there was an acceleration. In spite of that, on the conventional financial literacy, we are still lagging behind. And we can say that Islamic financial literacy has not been improved in the way that it deserved. And I'll give the floor to Necmettin Kızılkaya. Necmettin, can I have 2 minutes, or else we can finish? Hocam, my professor, just one minute, please. Okay, I'll be very fast. We need to reach the youngsters, and we have to be using the social media, and also on the Faculty of Religious Sciences we have to have Islamic finance literacy lessons, and also the personnel of the Religious Affairs Department of the state must be trained in that respective. I guess in the last 7 years there was only khutbahs, the sermons on the Friday prayings only for 7 times, but we have to be also introducing the Islamic finance in the prayings on the Fridays. So this is what we need to do. That's all I'd like to say. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I would like to thank everyone. Shakir, Mervan, Selçuk, thank you very much for this very valuable contribution of yours. Çok teşekkür ediyorum ben. Doktor Heti Budiyanti ve Doktor Dalal Asuli, çok teşekkürler katkılarınız için, konferansımıza yer aldığınız için çok teşekkür ederiz. Şimdi artık bugün bu oturumumuzu burada sonlandıracağız. Tabii sorular var ama ne yazık ki zamandan ötürü artık zamanımız bitti. Bu sebeple burada durduracağız. Şimdi artık ben sözü size veriyorum Batuhan Bey. Buyurun. Çok teşekkürler tekrar ve herkese iyi akşamlar diliyorum. Teşekkürler. We would like to thank all the speakers who have contributed to our symposium. So in this way we have come to the end of the 12th symposium, and you can find the full texts of the symposium as a book that it is going to be published. I would like to thank all the institutions and contributors, and also I'd like to thank everyone who has participated in our sessions. Thank you very much, and we wish you to see in the next programs, and thank you.